level. I will never settle, mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Scenario, win, 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 yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, we like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Shit, might have been down, but we didn't fall. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Shut down, say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down, say, ooh, shut down, say, ooh, give me that crown, I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound, this is my time. You hear the crowd, hey, we need that rain, me and my team. Deja vu, this here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb, told them we the one. They would count us out, now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping, I believe them if you want. Now they show love, came with a dub. It is what it is, it isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Look at my shine with the blow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know they see us walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play, I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me, then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah, out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play, I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me, then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah, out of the way.
Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look. You won't stop.
Remix, please.
It's been 5 days, ladies and gentlemen, and we are finally back here for the Snapdragon Pro Series by PMCO to find closure to these next 5 matches today and to see who will be making it to the MENA PMNC. My name is Max, I'm one of the casters for today, but as always, I cannot do this job alone. I'm going to be joined with the man, the myth, the legend, Imperium, back with us once again. How you doing, man?
I'm doing pretty good. Thank you for that beautifully. Indeed, it's been 5 days, and it's given the teams a lot of chance to learn, to VOD review, to prepare for this final day. And with only 3 spots available, yeah, it's going to be a challenging 5 games ahead.
Yeah, it's going to be a really fun day, Imperium. We're finally going to be knowing which are going to be the 3 teams able to move on to the next stage. But the next stage, all of this stage currently right now is available and made possible thanks to Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Well, thanks to them, winning is indeed made a possibility for these guys. If you see a chicken dinner, or if you get a chicken dinner, I think Snapdragon Elite Gaming might have something to do with it. So do say your muchas gracias in the chat. I don't know why I said it in Spanish. I had to flex my Spanish that I learned in high school. Imperium! Said it once again, this is going to be a great day of play. 5 more matches before we know where the teams are going to be able to move on to the PMNC. But before that, we do have to check out, I believe there was a recap, or we're going to check out the format. I'm not sure. Our producer is not very loud in our ears, but we're going into the replays of what happened in day 1. That was 5 days ago. And Imperium, things might have changed pretty significantly today.
Yeah, I'm expecting a lot of changes. We even noticed when you go back to and this is, I suppose, normal in most tournaments, right? There is always that adaptability from one day to the next. It could be less noticeable because we've had 5 days in between each play day. However, I would argue that means it's given more time for teams to learn and adapt in terms of really preparing for this day 2. So yeah, we should still see a difference in how teams perform and the results, more importantly, from a lot of these teams. Going back to day 1, we definitely saw a lot of potential from these teams, right? And it was such an exciting game from ASSK, right? That was incredible.
I love that. I have very few circle finishes and actual finishes that and teams play around it. It's like visual ASMR. That game that was won by ASSK was so damn good. Bernard playing the radio tower, and he committed to it almost the entire game.
Oh yeah,
getting rid of 2 other squads at the very end. It takes, as you like to say, corones, Imperium. It takes corones. I called you corones there for a second. That was weird. But it takes corones to make plays like that actually happen, right? And he went for the play. He committed. The information and the sheer aggressive nature he got from that position was insane. Of course, are we going to see something even remotely close to that today? We'll have to see. But man, we had a good day 1, and day 2 should be even better, hopefully.
And I even love the fact that out of all the highlights, we don't even see too many featuring our current leaders of the lobby, 46 loot, right? So it goes to show that the standard is quite high, and every team in their own way have kind of stepped up in a nice amount. Like that last highlight was Middle East Assassins really playing that final game, and what was a very tricky Prison Hill ending extremely well, and they close out a confident performance to put them into 7th place, at least coming into today. So yeah, a lot of good highlights from day 1. I want to see even better from today.
Yeah, currently, we'll look at the overall rankings at some point, right? But I do want to make this point very clear, which is very important, is that anyone can still make it up in top 3. Everyone can still make a climb towards the end, towards that finish line. But Imperium, in case you did miss out on day 1, it was 5 days ago. Maybe you forgot, and that's fine. If you got the same memory, same brain as me, then you probably have forgotten how things work. But Imperium, quick reminder, 256 teams initially came in on the in-app qualifiers, down to 16, and these are the teams that are currently going to be playing today.
Oh yeah, I've officially gotten a year older since day
True.
one, so I definitely don't remember. So
It's been a year ago.
Exactly. Indeed, starting right up from the in-app qualifiers, right? As you said, 256 teams made it through to the PMCO qualifiers, then into the finals, and the top 3 teams will go over to up to the PMNC Middle East region. So exciting times ahead as we move on to the points.
Yeah, but how do you get into top 3, Imperium? That's the big question. Of course, that's by getting points. And how do you get points, you might ask? By playing good. Get good, and you'll get points. 15 points per chicken dinner, of course, is the rule that we know by now. Trickles down 12, 10, 8. And if you get to 13th and below, unfortunately, you're going to take home, as I like to call it, the big fat bubble. Though 1 elimination equal 1 point, I would say quite a few teams towards the top have heavily capitalized around that. I'm looking at 46 Salute in particular, Imperium. They got 1 game with 7 elims, 1 was 9, and 1 was 14 elims. That was their chicken dinner on game 4. That amount of eliminations over the course of 5 games could be the reason why you make it or not in the regional PMNC.
That's true. However, the top 5 teams, as we will switch over to the overall standings, are in a position where they have more placements than eliminations. So that does, within reason, show us that there is that leaning on kind of those strong placement results, even though it's been a bit volatile outside of, I would argue, 46 Loot and definitely Secret Esports, and to an extent W7. So yeah, the placement points has certainly been a bit of a feature of the top 5 teams. Like you said, you can see the difference between Secret Esports and F5R down in 8th place. That's nothing coming into today's games.
Yeah, I'm also surprised that 46 Loot currently are the top fraggers of the lobby with 31, but the placement points are by 9 points already ahead of their elimination. So it's really interesting of how dominant 46 Loot currently are. But if they have a really bad day, never know. Someone might be in first place and take that $8,000 US for themselves. Though on the second page, and I think this is where a few disappointments did come in, Imperium, and I think the fall off of Flamingo in particular is one that did strike us a little bit, and we want to see this team come back stronger today. If they do so, 9th place is not like out of the question that they can't qualify. It's just going to require a really good day that, unfortunately, out of their chicken dinner on day 1, we didn't really see.
Maxter, 13 points place. That's less than the chicken dinner. When you really put that into perspective, right? Yeah, they're on the second page. Yeah, they're in 9th out of 16th, but it's 13 points only. That's so little. Of course, they're going to have to contend with the likes of Let's Rush, Team Occupy, 66 Esports, and even potentially Soul Esports, the teams behind them. But in terms of their own control, their own ability, they have it, and they're close enough to it.
Though, before we do move on, we already moved on. Okay, it's fine. We're just going to look at how much money exactly is to be taken home by these teams. Once again, that is $8,000 for first place, $50,000 throughout the entirety of this Snapdragon Pro Series for the MENAT region. So definitely a big bag to grab for these guys. But I wanted to bring up, Imperium, that a lot of the teams that we did see on that second page of the rankings have shown, even if it was just in one game, have shown some moments where we were like, oh, this team, if they play like this consistently, actually could be a really big surprise. I'm thinking at 66 Esports. I'm thinking at Seoul, that we saw some good stuff from them in particular. I think that a lot of those guys, potentially I would say 60-70% of the teams on the second page, could impress us today. But unfortunately, when you're looking at the top teams on the first page, a lot of them have been relatively consistent, getting a lot of second places, maybe a chicken dinner here or there. That is going to be the difference maker. So they need to have an outstanding day 2 if they want to have even just the slightest chance of climbing into PMNC.
You're not wrong. The fact that they haven't showed us so far is certainly something that will weigh heavily on our perspectives. But like we talked about, the potential and the speculation around the difference of time frame between day 1 and day 2 does open that door for Syrian Tiger forces, Seoul, X5, etc. to get the points needed, to get the results needed to make that challenge for the top 3.
No, it's been very challenging for a lot of these teams, and one team that is currently showing up to the challenge is actually Secret Esports, Imperium, our team that we're going to focus on the pre-show, that currently got himself 8 average eliminations, if I'm not mistaken, so far in this tournament, which are 8 average elims, if that is exactly the number, which, actually, I'm looking at the number. I don't think that's correct. I don't think that is. But I think that was potentially their top fragging game where they got two. They got 2 8 elimination games, Imperium, on game number 4 and game number 5. Very impressive stuff. And if we can see more of that today, I think they can make it.
Your average eliminations per game is 5, which still isn't bad, right?
Still good. Yeah.
It's a joint second highest eliminations across the day with of day 1 with W7 and not really that far behind 46 loot. They have been impressive at times, and they've shown their ability to have a strong balance between placements and eliminations. With the threat of the teams down below, the job isn't done. They still have a lot of work to do when you think about it.
Yeah, a lot of work to be done by these guys if they want to catch up to 46 loot. But you know what? We're going to ask exactly, Imperium, of what work has been done in the background for the side of Secret Esports. As today we have the chance to be joined by Grim from Secret Esports, one of their players here. And really intrigued to know exactly the details of how things are going on for the team. Hello, Grim. Thank you so much for joining us on the interview. How are you doing?
Thank you very much. I'm doing great. I hope you do the same.
Yeah, we're doing absolutely fantastic. Can't wait to see what you guys will be doing. But I want to jump right into the first question here, Grim, to make it easy. Okay. How do you feel, you and the team, before going into this second day?
I feel great by mine, and my team is ready also. And in the day 1, we did our worst round, even in qualification. And we're gonna try better and best today, inshallah.
Okay. Imperium, you want to go with the second one, or I keep on going?
Yeah, no, I'll go with the second one. What has the team specifically changed between day 1 and coming into day 2?
Exactly 100% of changing. As I said, we did a bad gameplay in the first day, and we did a lot of changes in our position, our rotation, everything, fighting.
Okay. Oh, so we can expect a lot of change. That's great. Always good to hear. Hopefully it's going to work out. Before you, Grim, I want to know, what is your goal that you would like to, achieve after this event in, the future of PUBG Mobile Esports? Like, what is your objective?
I have really a lot of goals, but one of my goals is being a professional player. I think I already is a bit, and I'm trying to get better as we have a lot of players like a professional, like a esports. One of them, I want to be like him, is a freak from Nigma Galaxy, and I think you already know.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's great. Hey, that's great to aim to try and be like freak. I mean, if you can be close to Nigma Galaxy level like that, that is really good. Okay.
Yep.
But I do want to wrap up.
Yeah.
I mean, he's absolutely fantastic, I can tell you that much. But now to close off with the last question of the interview, Grim, I would love to know, what would you like to say to the fans of, Secret Esports, and also your personal fans that have been supporting you in this event?
My fans, I love them. Just like this shortly, I love them, and I'll share my success with them, and they're a part of me, of course.
So poetic. Well, thank you very much, Graham. We really appreciate you taking the time
for
this interview.
Thank you.
And we wish you the best of luck, though. Can we expect a chicken dinner today? Last question. Chicken dinner today, yes or no?
I don't say 4.
Okay. I would have liked
3,
to have
maybe.
a little yes. But you know what? It's fine. 3 chicken dinners?
Thank you. Yup.
3 chicken dinners.
Expect this.
Oh, okay. I'm expecting 3 chicken dinners now. Thank you very much, Graham, and best of luck going into today.
Inshallah. Thank you. Which is
Hell yeah, I love to see it. Hey, love that the smile in his guys is amazing. But he did say, and that was a very important part of the interview there, Imperium, that they were not happy with their first day, and they're still in 2nd place.
No.
So if they're happy with today's performance, man, they're gonna blow 46 loot out of the water. I'm calling it with 3 wins. By the way, he said it, so it's gonna happen.
I love how he answered the question. Of course, like we talked about with other days and other teams, it's so amazing to be able to talk to these players live and to get a bit of a better insight. Whether or not their English isn't perfect, it's still great because I like to think we feel their answer and we feel what they're saying, and even what he talked about wanting to be a professional player, right? That resonates. That's, you know, and PUBG Mobile do an amazing job across the ecosystem of providing that opportunity, providing that platform, and for that to be his aim rather than just PMGC, to be a professional player, man. That, like, I felt that. That's amazing. And yeah, I think they have the ability, they have the potential. They just need to, do what they need to do.
Yeah, I mean, if you're staying up to date with what's happening in PMPO Arabia right now, you see that there's a lot of roster swaps, there's a lot of opportunities to enter the scene right now. So, never know, it could be good to see Grim on one of those lineups in the future for 2023 season. Though, if you do want to join the conversation, and if you want to say, which player you're supporting, which team you are supporting, join the conversation over on Twitter with hashtag Snapdragon Pro Series. And you can say how good my shirt looks, or how good Imperium's dressing gown looks today. And that would be completely cool. But, okay. It looks a little bit Imperium. Come on. On camera?
It's not a dressing gown.
It looks a little bit. It looks
a shirt.
A little bit, though. Just a little bit. It's fine. Okay.
Yours looks like a curtain, okay? You look like a curtain. Yeah.
You said you liked my shirt earlier. I mean, I guess it's a good-looking curtain, Imperium. I'll take it. Thank you very much. With that said, we're heading on over to a very short break. And after this, we'll be ready for game number 1 of day 2 here of the Snapdragon Pro Series by PMCO.
My name is Mahmoud, in-game Occupy Shamshun, play in region Egypt, Middle East. I have been playing PUBG Mobile from beginning 3 years, I think, or 2 years and a half. Because my short tall, I think they call me Shamshun like in the movie, in the cartoon movie, SpongeBob. I think we have done a lot of things good. I think we need more practice and more playing to be good. No, we think we can do better, and we can go higher in points and placement and some kills, because we have a lot of technical problem in the game. And ping was so high, and we couldn't do better than this. But I think we need the chance in the final, and we proved to all teams we are good. I am so excited to the open final. I think we will be in the top 3. I think there is a lot of teams practicing from the beginning, and we have a lot of teams doing good in the competition. I think we will do better than them. I think not, but there is 2 teams. I think they will be good in the final, in the open final. Maybe 64 Loot from Egypt region. And secret teams, they have a lot of players good. In 64 Loot, they have Madlul It's a good player. I loved watching him in the scrim and a lot of بطولات. I think Secret Team have a good player. His name is Graham. Have been in stage 246. A lot. He have a lot of kills, and stage 64 have a lot of kills. برضو in the I think he is the MVP in 64 stage. I think that is two players. I think they will be good in the open final. Yes, my favorite place is in Erangel map is Severny. I love when I got
The
split in.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
I do wonder, Imperium, if he did in fact paint that painting that was right behind him. If he did, he's not only a god gamer, he's also a god painter, which is pretty good. But though, once again, thank you very much for waiting and checking out that break. Cool little interview from one of the players from Team Occupy. But now we're slowly getting ready for our first game of Day 2 here of the Snapdragon Pro Series by PMCO for the MENA region. Games Imperium, we'll officially know which are the 3 teams that will be making it in the MENA region, PMNC, and hopefully we'll have to see if Grim can make his dream come true of becoming a PUBG Mobile Esports pro player.
Yeah, it's exciting to see what we're going to see, and let's find out what maps we have on board. So you take a look at the schedule. My friend Max, we start on Erangel, Miramar, Erangel once again, Sanhok, and ending the tournament on another Erangel.
I'm surprised you called me your friend after I said your shirt looked like a dressing gown. But I appreciate it, Imperium. It seemed like our friendship is hard like a rock and it's never going to move. It's cool, it's good. That's what we have. We have a solid relationship. But indeed, 5 maps as always. 3 Erangels, 1 Miramar, and 1 Sanhok coming your way. And really, as we said for Europe, and we're saying it once again for the MENA region, Imperium, the level ceiling has been really impressive. A lot more than we expected going into this tournament. Like, going into this tournament, we were expecting teams who maybe didn't have too much experience together, maybe didn't know how to play in a tournament, especially an official tournament. That's a completely different environment, but they have rised up pretty significantly, and for the teams at the top in particular have been very, very impressive. But it's been 5 days, 5-day break. A lot can change in just 5 days, so I'm really intrigued to see which changes are going to be brought to the battlegrounds in these games today.
And we do need to consider the order of the maps. Yes, we have 3 Erangels, and we've talked about it time and time again, right? It's been a prominent feature in our storyline aspect that conquering Erangel is a big part of succeeding. However, coming into this Day 2, and it was the same in Europe, when you have Sanhok as your second last map, you have to treat that with respect. You have to understand that, you know, you need that result, because not only can it give you confidence, it can give you momentum, but more importantly, it can give you the points needed to secure that top 3 spot. So I'm going to be excited for the final Sanhok game, and the Miramar game is also something, mainly because I absolutely love cast in Miramar. I think it's the biggest test of a team and a player, so having that as a second map again is going to be something I'm 100% going to be looking out for closely.
Yeah, I think Sanhok is also a test, but I don't think it's a test in the same way you think it's a test, Imperium. I think it's a test in terms of how can you hold your composure. Because after the map of Sanhok, will you or will you not complain on Twitter? That's the question. If you don't, pretty good composure. We'll have to see how it's going to be working out. But of course, Sanhok, you know, everything's in the air, and hopefully we can see if some teams can get themselves some big games over on that map. Though, once again, it's 5 matches. It's going to be a long day for these guys, and at the end will be known which will be the 3 teams moving on to the next stage. Though, that's it for the schedule. Done and dusted. This is going to be the 4th day, and we'll know. And actually, this is the last Snapdragon Pro Series for the spring season, technically, of this year. And we'll know every single team qualified for every individual region. So, next step is going to be PMNC. Not a lot of time to train for that one. You have to get ready. You have to get good to go. But as we get ready for our first game, Imperium, we have a little bit of time before we do jump into it. A few players are trying to get ready right now. I want to ask you, which team is currently not in the top 3, so no 46 Loot, no Secret Esports, no W7, which team outside the top 3 would you like to see potentially step up today in the second day of play? You had it, you lost it. Right,
well,
right away.
Because it was the way you asked the question, because being an unbiased caster, I want to see every team do well today. Because that's the way that's technically the way you ask the question, right? So I want to be diplomatic, but if I'm going to be a little bit more specific based on the way you ask the question, way I would like to have asked the question, Flamingo EG for me, there's something about it, whether it's a team name, but I see a lot of sparkle in how they play, the way they execute some moves just isn't hitting the right mark, and it's really seeing them fall flat. The fact that they've won a game, and yes, it might have been one of the first couple of games, of course, shows us that they have that ability, right? That they know that they can close out games. They didn't adapt, and that's what saw them crumble and fall down towards the end of the first day. They've had the 5 days. I want to see that adaptation, and be more specific for me, Flamingo. What about yourself, seeing as you're biased?
I'm a very biased caster. That's a very well-known fact from me. Well, we've got to be looking at the team roster, of course, from Flamingo before we do get into it. Imperium, a lot of cool names. Bullet, I always thought it was a very cool name when you're playing an esports tournament. It's a shooting game in particular. Very cool. My team, I'm going to be looking out for. I wanted to say ASSK, but I think I was taking the easy way out. Plus, the one main reason why they made it in 4th place was because of that very unusual... because they got that chicken dinner, was that very unusual finish towards farm. They did take advantage of, but I don't expect another circle like that to happen. So, if there's one team that would like to see continue their streak from day 1, that ended up with the chicken dinner on game 5, was actually Middle East Assassins. I want to see these guys hopefully step up. They're in that Goldilocks zone. Imperium was 42 points where they could catch up to W7, Secret. I think 4-6 Loop are safe. But I would say Middle East Assassin is my team. So MEA, 42 points in 7th currently. I would love to see them in particular be the team to maybe snatch a spot in the PMNC for themselves.
I don't think it's a bad call if you had said ASSK. I definitely understand why you kind of didn't go with them, because you bring up a valid point. And the fact that we've had 5 days between day 1 and day 2, so that the victory towards the end of the day kind of doesn't matter too much in terms of momentum. I kind of don't want to put purely the circle ending on ASSK performing well in that game. It was a big factor, of course. I just hope that they have done the VOD review and kind of realized, wait, we can control these games. We can pull out something pretty big, because the way they reacted, for example, the insecurity around having a 2-2 split in that game, and then they switched it up to 3-1. That was done relatively quickly, right? That kind of decision making, I want to see them do those kind of those kind of quick decision makings in this day too. And I see ASSK as pulling out some really positive surprises.
They're currently only 1 point behind W7 that are in 3rd currently, right? They're just 1 point shy from maybe qualifying in PMNC right now. If we start right now, of course, they wouldn't qualify, but they are just shy of it. I think my main question with ASSK right now is, I want to see them, should I speak properly? See them in a situation where they do not have such an unusual finish option. That they did capitalize and use it really well. You know, Banar on that tower was great, but I do want to see a little bit more. If they have tough circles happening every day today and it's not going in their favor, can they turn the tides in their favor? If they can do so, great. I think they proved that they can confirm chicken dinners. They showed it on day 1. I do want to see them make it in circles where it's not really coming their way. If they do that, I think top 3 is 100% an option for them.
You're dead right, because if you compare it to the team that you did eventually go with, Middle East Assassins, in that final game, they didn't have the circle look. They pushed onto that ridge. They pushed the team. They finished them off exceedingly quickly, and then they controlled the game. So they made some key aggressive decisions, some key quick decisions, which really played into them getting the chicken dinner. So yeah, your overall kind of, I really get why you've gone with Middle East Assassins. And even coming into this tournament, Middle East Assassins stood out to me. Maybe it was just because of the team name and the fact that we have commentated an iterance of Middle East Assassins before, but they still stood out for me, and it was great to see that stand out, at least in the final game of today for sure, of the day for sure.
Yeah, I thought Middle East Assassins actually disappeared, but no, they're back. The name at least is back. It's a legacy. It keeps on surviving day after day after day in the MENA region. Great to see, and we'll see if they can hopefully climb their way back up there. Though we have a few other teams, you know, are relatively interesting. One team that's in a very similar situation to Middle East Assassins Imperium, I would say, is 4 out currently. They're in 5th place. They're only just one point behind ASSK, though, in 4th, so really only 2 points shy from potentially breaching in that top 3 to secure a spot for PMNC. Also a team that has that potential, but very similar to other teams, right? They only have one chicken dinner with 9 elims. Outside of that one chicken dinner with 9 elims, they got 5th place with 10 elims, and then nothing. Pretty much very little coming their way, so a little bit of inconsistencies, which can be a little bit tough in the long-term tournaments. But in this tournament, get yourself a win might just be enough. Though looking at the roster of Middle East Assassins, a few player names that did stand out, especially in that Chicken Dinner Imperium, in my opinion, you were looking at Savage, you were looking at Reno. Those two players really, really stepped up, especially Reno, to make sure that win was coming their way.
Maybe it's just because his name sounds like Rhino. Very dangerous animal, right? Yeah, he stood out for me in a big way. Lived up to the name of being aggressive, of helping his team in a massive frontline area. So the roster has the potential. They have the talent. They just need to put it together. I also want to highlight Virus Esports as well, Max, because they're the first team in the top 6 or they're the only team, should I say, in the top 6 to have more elimination points and placement points, right?
Yeah.
They haven't got a chicken dinner, but I do put that in a positive note. Yeah, okay, short form tournaments like this, I think, can at times play into placement points more than elimination points.
Yeah.
I know, we like to see a team that are more aggressive. We like to see teams who are not afraid to take fights, to take control of tried to take control of engagements, and to see more elimination points and placement points from Virus. I do look at it as a little bit more of a positive compared to a couple of teams around them.
Yeah, I remember for Virus, Shroud did stand out a bit for me. I don't know if you have other players in Imperium that stood out for you for the side of Virus, but Shroud was the one that was like, oh, you know, we're seeing some good plays. He's maybe inspired by the streamer from time to time, which is always a good thing. If you're close to Shroud's level of gameplay, I think you're pretty much a god gamer, Giga Chad gamer even, you could say. But Virus, another clear contender. I mean, we're talking about ASSK, 4 out Virus, Middle East Assassins.
Yeah.
A5R, though, just above Flamingo and right below Middle East Assassins. So between our two predictions of teams we would like to see step up, they're there in a very similar fashion, right? They had 4 games at the start where it did not work out. Sure, game 2, they got, what was that, 6th place with 4 eliminations. They got a few points that way. But where they got most of their points was that final game where they actually lost to Middle East Assassins, where they got opponent finish in 3rd and 12 eliminations. But that's the main question, right, we have in Imperium, is that if you find that one good game, that one banger performance, in this case, that was the last game for F5R, can they replicate that? Can they put what I like to call an Alpha 7 and bring some momentum to the picture? If they can do so, that could be their adventure and their climb into the top 3 that might begin in the second day. So we hope to see it. We know a lot of these teams can make it happen, but did they put the work in for the past 5 days, and do they have the determination to actually make it happen here?
Real quick, I think like a Sandhawk heal strat, it's all about having that kind of middle ground. So yes, definitely allow yourself to have that massive game, but if you're not having it with a foundation of consistency, that's where you're putting yourself in a very stressful situation. So consistency followed by that big game performance, that's the name of the game.
That's the name of the game, and here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are jumping into Game 1 of Day 2 of the Snapdragon Pro Series by PMCO for the MENA region. And don't forget that once again, this is tournaments brought to you by the Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G. Upgraded performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G, the designated smartphone for PUBGM Mobile Esports in Middle East and Africa for all of 2022. And Imperium, we'll see if the Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G will be helping these teams and will be falling from grace for them, as we are getting ready. And the playing path is, in fact, pretty friendly. Way more friendly than the playing path we saw in Europe, actually.
It's a good start to the day in terms of the playing path. Starting right kind of down south, a little bit more towards the southeast, and ended up around the northeast. Sorry, southwest, ended up around the northeast. But hitting that midpoint around the Pachinki area allows these teams to get to exactly where they want to. We see a team that is the Seoul heading towards military base for the time being. Virus heading for that split around the edge of Ferry Pier mainland position, and F5R spreading themselves out quite nicely, Max, around the Primorsk Ferry Pier area. More importantly for F5R, I think, is they've been able to pick up a number of vehicles, which is why they've gone for the early drop split. So potentially, even though there are vehicles around where Virus are, I think kind of possibly slowing down STF and Virus by having vehicles ahead of them is definitely a positive thing.
Yeah, it could help them out. I mean, vehicles always your best friends when it comes to playing on the Wrangle or Miramar, especially on that Phase 1 Circle Pop. They're not going to be quite close to it, though, F5R, so those cars will definitely come in handy. And they can think about how they want to rotate. Though two teams that are not going to have to move Imperium are the two teams currently playing in Yasnaya, Polyana. You have, you're going to be on the side of Timeout. They're going to be there. And also, going to have another team that I can't quite read their name from over here. It's a little bit too far, a little bit too blurry. But there's another team there, which I believe is the same one that we saw in day 1 of the Snapdragon Pro Series for the MENA region. So no massive changes right now. So I'm looking at Secret, and where are Secret standing? Because they said they did change things up a little bit, and right now I'm seeing Secret in Cube, in Cube towards the east of George Pole. I think that's a temporary location though. They just want to get cars and maybe start looting in George Pole.
X5 going for standard drop around a shelter area for the time being. It's last resort that's with Timeout inside Yasnaya. Timeout currently in the bottom of the standings. So it's important that they look to really kind of find themselves in a good spot coming into this game 1. I would argue their possibility of getting into the top 3 is at the weakest point, obviously starting in 16th. Let's see if they've learned, as they don't have to move far in terms of this Phase 1, like you mentioned. But I would argue that they're wasting a massive opportunity if they stay inside Yasnaya throughout this Phase 1. They don't have to travel far, but disengaging away from the city on that western edge and looking to gain a bit of control from teams coming in from the southwest or southeastern side of the maps could be incredibly valuable for their late game result.
Yeah, I think it was Let's Rush that actually lost, what, a play or two last time they played here? So, yeah, Let's Rush is the team to be a little bit careful how they approach this one. It does seem like they're a lot more respectful, at least, from the side of Timeout. They're not getting too close. They don't want to really take that interaction. They don't want to take that fight, which... you only got 5 games remaining, Imperium. You don't want to lose a player early on, because then your chances of a chicken dinner significantly drop by a very, very big percentage. So, I like it. Let's Rush. Not living up to their name, and that's good. In this case, that's good. But later on... maybe you want to see a little bit more rushing, speeding. Yeah.
Some violence, speed, and momentum, possibly?
Yes, I wonder who said that. Probably a very wise man.
I know.
Who said that.
Good man with a glorious mustache, I suppose. Secret Esports up inside North George. They're going to have an easy entry point into the circle from the north side of the river. I think it's quite important if the likes of Secret Esports and, 66 Esports and, of course, Occupy, if they really kind of use the freedom on that north side of the river to take control of a strong stranglehold, and if they go relatively close to that edge towards the southern side of the river, they could even possibly catch out a team if they like ASSK or Flamingo, if they choose to go towards Watertown, right in that kidney island that's in between the two sides of the river. So Secret Esports, I expect a solid spread on that western edge of the circle, and just allowing yourself to prepare more cleanly towards Phase 2, Phase 3.
I still hate this called Kidney Island. I will never get used to that. Like, there's so many cool names Godo came up with for that island. I don't know. It looks like an eye. They got like Team Secret or even Secret Esport. They got 2 eyes on their logo. Should call it like Secret Island or something, like something cool. I would have liked it, but Kidney Island, unfortunately. I think even the island would complain if it could, if it had a voice. But that's fine. We'll have to see how things are going to be panning out, though. Teams already all in their dropping locations, all about to get themselves some good old loot. 2-2 split currently coming up for Middle East Assassins, 2 in Mansion, 2 in Lipovka, so no team's already going to pose any threat to that kind of early 2-2 split rotation. Is not very famous early rotation pathing, so I think that MEA should be completely fine for the time being. It's going to be pretty chill, and no early casualties, which is always good to see, and pretty much expected after one day has already happened.
We haven't really talked much about our current leaders of the lobby, to be fair. Max 46 loot. Really impressed us massively in day 1. They land on Milta. They really kind of played through that area of the map quite nicely across the 3 Erangel games. They are, on a side note, playing in most, or if not all, of the roster, actually playing in the upcoming PMPL Arabia. So this kind of tournament is a great preparation point, and I suppose we shouldn't be that surprised as to why they are in first place if they're playing in the PMPL Arabia full split, right?
I'll be interested. Imagine they win all of this. They qualify to PMNC. In PMNC, they do qualify to PMPL for next year, and they're still in PMPL. I imagine they just kick out a team slot, and then there's like 15 teams because they qualified twice.
Toxic. Toxic.
That's what I mean. That's one way to get rid of opposing teams. Just like qualify twice and get rid of one slot. There you go, done.
They'd have to change their name from 46 loot to
47.
92 loot.
I think 46 or 47 rolls off the tongue a bit more.
46 by 2 because two. Oh, okay.
I get it, but it doesn't sound.
Well, you're not good at maths, so I just wanted to help you a little bit.
Why you gotta hit where it hurts, Imperium?
Excuse me, you call my shirt a dressing gown?
Because it does look like one. Okay, man. We'll see. We'll see how things are going to pan out. So here you go. That's going to be time for the push. And seems like Let's Rush actually are going to live up to their name this time around. They're going right into timeout Egypt's Loving Arms. Well, Loving Arms, not sure if that's how you should express love currently, but well, that's how it's happening. That's what I can do is describe the facts. Xerox here, a few nades chucked over the rooftops trying to get the information. One player of Let's Rush is currently stranded. Not going to be too easy, but it still has a 4-man crew, and if he wants, he could leave this location. His team is there to back him up, but it feels like they are looking for the full-on push.
They've already lost a player. They're a body down. That's going to make it a lot easier for Let's Rush to push on board. Some nice nades from Erox, but he can't rely on the wall. You aren't a fan of it. I'm not a fan of it. It's very easy to pick a player off, and you can see a nade goes down by a bud and puts that player down to half health max.
It seemed like a boat is really rushing that utility. Compared to the side of Faisal, he took his time on that nade. He cooked it to perfection, and Erox stood no chance whatsoever. Leader can maybe get a knock, maybe do a little bit of damage on the side of Let's Rush, but really is he going to get the res on Erox Imperium? He is not. If you don't get a flush in the next 10 seconds, I would say just leave. This is not worth it. You don't want to lose all your team already because they know Let's Rush. They like, okay, we've got 2 flushes. We still got a 4-man crew. This is a 4v2. If they have not left, we are going to push you. Like, that makes so much sense. So if I'm timeout Egypt, just leave. It makes no sense to stay.
And the longer they leave it to disengage, the less opportunity they're going to have in terms of disengagement points, right? Because they're at the western edge of the circle. If you go direct west, you're in the open field, and that's a no-go. You can go kind of northwest to those buildings that are on the tipping point of the river, right? But that's kind of high ground in its own right. But again, the longer you leave it, the more Let's Rush are going to have information on the remaining 2 players. In the meantime, Phase 2 did pop up. Maxon is shifted down towards the southeastern side. It is still quite nicely down the south of the river, which I think is a healthy shift for a lot of these teams, so you don't have that insecurity. But it does allow a lot of space around the mansion area, the prison side of the circle for these teams to control. I really like the rotation from Middle East Assassins. They've gone on to the Lion King Hill, which gives so much information towards Mansion and the central flatlands around this Phase 2 circle.
Yeah, it's a really good watchtower on most locations towards the west of Mansion, so I think the Middle East Assassins had a really good spot to play from. Though smoke was popped out, timeout Egypt seemed like they understand the push is going to be happening. Still surprised they have not left, like they're losing a lot of time. Surprised. I don't know if you spotted that Imperium actually earlier, but oh wait. Okay, it's fine. It's cool. He'll make it away, hopefully. One player from Flamingo actually picked the first airdrop, and that was the team you wanted to see potentially step up today. Did he get an Orm? Did he get a Grozone or an AUG? We don't know yet, but it could be a weapon that could make a difference in their first fight.
Also, the fact you got that level 3 gear, and that will make a big difference. It means you're going to be able to tank that damage a bit more, possibly go slightly more aggressive on an engagement. Syrian Tiger forces have repositioned to a nice compound on that southwestern edge of the circle. It gives some good information, especially if you're on the upper level of those buildings towards the location of virus around kind of where these teams on the western edge of the circle are. So I do like that rotation from Syrian Tiger Forces, not going too deep. As well as Middle East Assassins, Virus in their own right have the Alamo compound, and if you spread at least one player out to that kind of northern hill above it, it gives you so much information more towards the west and more towards the northern side of this circle. So Virus as well looking very healthy in their current position.
I really like where W7 are playing currently also. Really good scouting view from like the west of Alamo currently. It's very easy to get that information. Hopefully no big boy breach will be happening on their location.
That's true. That's true.
As long as they are putting that pressure down, keeping those angles off sight and keeping clear the locations around them, they should be fine. So W7 have a good opportunity. But I'm looking at that northwestern side of the circle, Imperium. Seen a lot of players of Secret get involved with the 3 players of 66 Esports. And I'm expecting a clash because that bridge is not big enough for 2 teams.
I'm within reason not happy with the slowness of Secret Esports' rotation. I get and I recommended that they stay on the edge of that western side of phase 1, which I believe they did. But you got to be much quicker, right? It doesn't take 2 minutes to go from where they were at the end of phase 1 to where they are now in towards the blue zone of phase 2, and you're putting yourself under pressure as Hamad is under pressure in his own right. Eagle has a wheel down. He's slowly but surely making his way out.
Oh, they're trying to catch out some players of 66 Esport here. Nice little angles on a high ground position, but they want to try and go for the wide northern rotate up northwest. They're going to chase it down. Though they don't have 2 players in 1 vehicle, so they have to actually stop to go for the spray, which meaning you're going to be losing that distance.
Come on.
Nice spray,
There you
hits
go.
it once. That's Raccoon gone down. And the second one will follow up. That's Obito getting the second knock, and 66 Esport now down to 2 players.
Can't really hold that against Secret Esports. I didn't like that they were slow to rotate, but
But it works
they're
out.
not afraid to get aggressive because they're not afraid to get aggressive. So they switched up so they understand the consequence of how slow they were to rotate. So they took control of it, and that's always such a valuable way of playing this game. And with how the circle shifted on phase 3, Max, where it went massively over to the east, they're actually better off rotating a bit later into the edge of this circle, right? Allow the other teams to panically rush into the edge of the circle and take each other out. Secret Esports, you control, you play a little bit more slowly. It's what you've done in the game so far, and just play to how these circles shift. So yeah, I actually like this for Secret Esports. Adaptability is there for this team so far.
Woo, let's rush, man. Have a little bit of a derby fight over here. Seems going to have a little bit of fun. But the one thing that I'm looking at in this circle is that there's not a lot of great Secret Esport going to try and rotate in. There's a few little good compounds here or there. If they really want to get a good location in that circle, I think they might have to breach. Or play in like a very bad spot that will not give you a lot of great information. So Secret, they're going to have to make a choice. Do they want to play it low, wait for the next circle, and do a play based on where phase 4 is going to go? Or do you already breach, take a position for yourself, and then play from that location? There's a lot of options remaining for Secret, but they already got 2 limbs. They might be on fire right now. They're feeling good about themselves, so if they want to go for it, might be the best time to do it now, even though I would advocate for slowing things down a little bit. Faisal, though, spotted out in the open towards Mansion, and now with his car popping, what is that? 2 wheels taken away, I believe? Not going to be easy to disengage from here.
No, but that's fine. I don't think he needs to. He can get picked up by his teammate on 1 and 2. I would argue that he should have actually stayed there as a solo, right? We saw a little bit of a domino effect of teams reposition off the back of the phase 3 shift, so it allowed the Lion King compound to become quite open. And I really like the idea around Faisal getting to the edge of Mansion to become the anchor point for the team moving into the previous phase. The fact that he got picked up makes you think, did he even know what he wanted to do? So that's a bit of a shame.
66 Esports just can't catch a break. Another team, this time is going to be fought out, looking for the knock. Nice 1 bullet hit, actually, for Nawaf. Nawaf is going to be pushing him away. Though circle about to shift. Where is it going to go? If it goes over to the east again, it's not going to be easy one. It goes to the west this time around, a little bit easier to manage. But the high ground position towards prison is out of play, so that is not playable anymore for the next one. One team is actually in a really good spot, Imperium. It's that dip from Seoul. If they stop teams from pushing them and are aggressive to make sure no one decides to go for that breach, they might have a really good long-term option to play this circle.
I don't get why teams committed to Lebovka in that previous phase. I get that it's quite difficult because you got a bit of volatility around kind of the open location to the east, to the west of Lipovka. But again, it's essentially a city. Why commit to a city that isn't even in the central part of the circle, especially as early as phase number 3, phase 4 in that regard? It just, in my opinion, puts them under pressure as ASSK are going to disengage towards the southwest. You have Seeker looking to take that fight against 4 out in the compound that's now outside of the circle.
46 Loot, the fight's also going to be coming their way, it seems. On the northeastern edge is Secret on the attacking side. Some good nades. This is a really good train to pop those nades right behind that ridgeline if you want Waffle and Mingo to get involved in their own fight, but they're down to 2 players, Imperium, and actually get the best of the opposing team here, taking the fight towards 4 out, and that's 2 Illins, sorry, should I say, coming their way. Like you said, 46 Loot, those are easy grenades. Secret, you can't stay here. Or you get the res and you push, or you leave, because you're going to get naded to hell there.
It's quite a large ridge, so within reason, it's hard to get spotted. And for 46 Loot, they're taking a big risk.
It hasn't taken a 1v1 there. Nice spray on the UMP. Have to swap weapons to try and make it confirm. But you've got to join up with your team. They already got 1 player knocked away. There's only 1 left up for Secret. It's Hackshot, still full HP. And he's defending his position so well as a solo. But unfortunately, the Empire squad of 46 Loot, it's too much for him to deal with. And he will get overwhelmed. The Secret Esports get eliminated in 15th.
What's worse, they get eliminated by the team that's ahead of them, right?
Yeah.
The team that already has a decent amount of points lead ahead of Secret Esports. So they're going to be biting their tongues or cursing this side of 46 Loot off the back of that squad wipe. I think they could have played it better. Going for the revise technically made sense. And I highlighted 46 Loot took a risk pushing aggressively on the edge of the ridge. But they knew what they were doing. They knew what they wanted to do. And they achieved that.
I don't think it was even a risk. Like, you get 2 nade knocks, you still got a 4v2 advantage. Like, you push that. You take it. You take it.
True.
You have to. So good choice, definitely good timing on their part. I think especially was the thing. They took the time to make sure those reses were not going to be coming through. Though now the circle's about to shift once again, going to phase 5. We're 18 minutes and 10 seconds in this game. A lot of heavy contenders. Soul. It seems like Soul Imperium are defending their dip extremely well with that nade. But Malik is looking good, but the spray out of nowhere. He gets it from her. That's a headshot, and that's their 4th elim in the game.
Team Soul, can they get themselves into the top 3? Coming into today on 13th with 22 points. That's really not hard to get into from, right? A couple of good games in a row will set them up for it as Occupy gets another elimination point for themselves, and they have a bit of control on the eastern edge of the circle.
Yeah, oh no, Team Occupy struggling over to the more western edge here. Actually over to the eastern edge on the opposite side. Down to 2, the Bruiser starting to tick a little bit more, starts to tickle. Don't want to play the heel strat, this is not Sanok, so you need to try and make it in. His teammates, they cannot make it in, so it's just 2 players remaining for Team Occupy, and the circle shifts central, a little bit further down south, and that dip off Soul is still in play. And the northern side of Shelter, which we don't see a lot of circles end towards Shelter, Imperium, and I mean, there's a good little buildings up north of that location that could be really good for temporary scouting options.
Every team is going to be playing edge, right? Everything in the center is completely flat. It's volatile, and you got very little chance of surviving in that regard. You commit to an area of the circle, you have your hard cover of the vehicles, and you hunker down and hope for the absolute best. 46 who tried to do that in the previous circle, but the shift did go down south, and now they're going to have to go through the likes of X5, W17-5, and Occupy, and possibly Middle East Assassins to make it into the edge of the circle.
I have a question for you, Imperium. Like, ASSK, looking at their position, if they want to get in circle, they need to push Virus. Do you just push into Shelter and move around that way? Or do you maybe go for a wide wrap down south and enter the southwest of the circle? Like, because otherwise, they have to take the fight, and there's no avoiding it.
I think they have to take the fight, and they should take a fight. At the moment, it's an isolated fight. However, yeah, there's a potential third party. That seems to be the case coming from F5R.
46 Loot, though, looking for the push. Only Madlol is there, standing up. And he has to defend. Going to be Madlol here. Oh, the Marley is on point. Going to try and trade his own back. He's still got 4 first aid kits. Could still get maybe his teammate back up. Not too sure, but there you go. That's it. It's going to be Hazem and Cheetos getting things back up, and Hazem was knocked away. Madlol a little bit further away, though, does get the first aid kit, and now he's got to try and get the push onto Middle East Assassins, but they're too far away. They're not in utility range. He can try and smoke his way out of it. They're not in the blue zone just yet, but I think this might be the end of the road for
They're
Hazem
going
as he's
for
going to
the
be
fight?
secured, but they're going for the fight.
No
They're ready
way.
Rotter to bring him up. He's flushed away. They just jump out. What a bunch of Giga Chaz Imperium. They get the first initial knock, thrown down right away, but Youssef is there to punish them. As Shitos know, not spotted away. They must have an overall good idea of where he's standing. They get the spray, but the nade from downtown gets the knock, and 46 Sloot are out.
There's more logic to that push than you think. Not advisable, but I appreciate that they went for it. 66 will be able to benefit as they hold onto the northern edge. We talked about it, we mentioned it. F5R going in for the third party against ASSK and Virus, respectfully.
F5R really good play on that third party. They really had that timing down to a T, but ASSK standing strong here. And those nades not easy to hit because if you miss the nade, it goes right down the ridge. But that spray, so damn good from Alush. Though, can they capitalize on it, or is that res going to come through? He has to res his teammate, so no, a counter res is going to happen. It's still going to be a 4v4 technically, Imperium. While the rest of the team, they're currently playing a 2-2 split, which is surprising, but Alush is pushing it like a mad lad. Don't know if it's more of the mad part or the lad part, but he's going for it, I can tell you that much. Well, Squad is just in range. One nade, and that dip would be so good. But Alush is there, and he gets instantly shut down. They're pushing it one by one. What is this push from F5R? Zekon is there trying to make it work for his squad at the very end, but he's behind that car. I do not expect things to work out. He has a little bit of a high gun advantage. Hits
Lovely.
one. Zekon switches to the weapon. Gets another one. Zunda, what? How does that work in 1,000 years, Imperium? F5R eliminate SSK.
Yeah, and that was something where definitely a mistake from Alush on his own. I don't know what the final player of Virus is doing. I would imagine a disconnect, unfortunately. That's what I presume.
It's a cool car.
That's the way the cookie crumbles. At least Virus technically got ahead of ASSK in terms of standings. So we're down to our final 16s. That was a fantastic push from F5R, despite it being a little bit sloppy.
Oh man, you knew those nades were going to pay out eventually. You know that they're in the exact perfect location to hit those nades. A pan? Chuck a pan, you never know. Could be good. Could be good from Shima, but Sol believe down to 2 players, 1 knocked away, so that res is too far. That not in 1,000 years are they going to bring him back to life. He's in a cemetery for the good one. So on a peek left and right so far. F5R still looking to disengage that prison location, but then again, really pushed away, negated out of that location by Team Occupy. So Team Occupy really trying to defend the southern edge. Man, Syrian Tiger Force is a team that we didn't touch upon too much, Imperium, entering from the west. With those numbers, there's a chance they could maybe upset a lot of these teams in the circle.
And they're the only team that came into this game on with only a 3-person roster, so to pick up 9 eliminations, I gotta say, credit where it's due.
True.
Having a good start to today, so making it count in all the right ways. Occupy are defending themselves against F5R on that edge of the road. They do have that little bit of a low ground dip, which is protecting them from the teams on the north, so they have to win out this fight against F5R if they're gonna survive into the late stages of this game.
Yeah, no way, Jose. F5R Esports are not leaving the southern side. Unless the circle comes their way, like I'm saying 2 next circles in a row, then maybe it comes home. Other than that, I think that this is pretty much done and dusted. F5R will not make it away from here. Too many teams know where they are not trying to get those elims. Even Occupy, even Syrian Tiger Forces want a piece of the pie. But unfortunately, not too many pieces are left, so you better be there when they are still available. The circle shifts, and it's back on the road! F5R are still in the circle, Imperium, and now all of the focus is on Occupy. That is the position you want to breach.
That's worse though, because it puts all the other teams looking more heavily in their direction, and coming from that southern side of the road, it's a little bit of a downhill ridge. They're completely out in the open. This side of Soul Max, they need to start to get dangerous. They need to get hungry. They need to take out X5.
Oh man, a shot in the dark for Shima. He knows they're there right in front of them, but doesn't know the exact pinpoint location. Otherwise, that would have been the easiest knock. But the moment that smoke dissipates, and they have the fact that they have that buggy in that location, the buggy there is smoking, Imperium. Like, a few bullets hit from Sol on that buggy, you better, you go back there. Don't get too close to that buggy. That is a big problem about to happen. You want to avoid it as much as possible. There you go, the car. Now going to be burning up. Didn't explode. That was not the exploding animation. A few more bullets. It would be done. Got the right underneath the Dacia. Nice shot from Taha from behind. Really good team play. And they get the other one done right from underneath. And that's going to be 2 extra limbs to their name. 7 so far for X5 Squad. And maybe looking for double digits.
Ah man, just X5 were more aggressive. Yeah, they had the bodies there, but you got to think they pushed on this Soul in the first place, right? And the
Not
fact
easy.
that they got 2 eliminations and then ended up finishing them off just shows that they wanted it more. They took more shots, and that's the name of the game. 66 esports are eliminated in their own right, and 4 teams are left.
2 ways for F5L to come out on top here, or they just wait for the next circle, or they third party when the teams are pushing onto Team Occupy's location. We'll see which plan they're going to go for. The smoke now dissipate, spots him away, instantly strikes while the iron is hot, but spotted away by X5. And that's their 8th elimination. Only 2 more, and they will get to the double digits elim count. Z-Coin knocked away. Alush now left stranded. That res doesn't seem likely to come out. They know where he is. They can't quite find his feet. The knock will not happen just yet, but Shima knocked away. Nice counterplay from 74Q. They see him right underneath the car, but the knock is just not able to happen this time.
Although X5 have the body advantage, because there's 3 teams left and they're going over the edge of the ridge, they don't have any idea where the final player of Occupy is, so they could easily get bamboozled by him.
And this is great for X5, because if they get a huge chicken dinner with a lot of limbs like they
There.
are showing us right now,
Oh,
they are back
yeah.
in the race for the top 3 to make into PMNC for the MENA region. This is a huge game for them. They spot him out. 74Q stands no chance. And now they were only 2. Alush against the world. Alush against the side of X5 team. As they're going for the off angles, they know exactly where he is. They want to get the spray. They want to get the shots. They want that 13th elimination. And they shall get it, Imperium. S5R Esport will not go any further. And it will be the win going away of X5.
They needed it. They got it. They came into this game, the first game of day 2, down in 14th place on a total of 21 points. And they get that and so much more in their first game of the day. I wanted to see teams improve from day 1 to day 2, and X5 were one of those teams. What a result in the end. They wanted it so much more. Nothing against Syrian Tiger Forces, nothing against F5R, but X5, they wanted it so much, and they got it.
Yeah, how many points did you say that was? 21 in that game they just got?
They
No, I
came,
think
they came into this game
Oh, yeah,
on a
okay.
total of 21 points, and they got it, and so much more.
Yeah, exactly. So much more. Like, they got so much more than what they did in the entirety of day 1
Yeah.
here of the Snapdragon Pro Series for the MENA region in just 1 game. In 1 single game. And now they got like 1 extra 20 points. You could say to 25 points. So they are extremely
28
close to
points,
that top
yeah.
3 right now. So
Yep.
they're back in a race, baby. We said it. It's such a short-term
It's amazing.
tournament. 1 game. All it takes is 1 absolute bang of a performance, and you are back in the race. And that's exactly what just happened for X5. And now the question, can they do it again? Can another team what X5 just did again? And if so, it's literally anybody's game. It's anyone's performance here to take home, because Secret didn't get a great result. 46 Sloop
No.
didn't get a great result. W7 didn't even see them that much in this game.
No.
Top 3, Invisible, could have a completely different roster of teams at the end of the day that will be making it to PMNC, but it was not an easy circle, right, Imperium? Like, circles up north of Prison aren't great to play, but the terrain knowledge that some teams showcased in that finish was very impressive.
It was the amount of teams that kind of committed so heavily to the eastern side of the map as early as phase 3 was kind of wild to me. The teams that I think kind of stayed away from that area and kind of hung on to around the north and the west fared off so much better. And yeah, okay, you could argue that if it had been the other way around, i.e. a bit more of a balance, it would have been tougher for those western teams. Yes, you're right, but they don't have any control over it, right? Yeah. And yeah, it was a fantastic game, fantastic ending.
Yeah, fantastic game from X5, able to secure themselves not only a chicken dinner, their first chicken dinner here of the Snapdragon Pro Series for the MENA region. We still got 4 more games to come, so stick around for those.
I shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know they see us walking in a long light. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Don't step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play, I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me, don't step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
X5 squad make it happen here with the first chicken dinner of the day, and we'll see if they can secure a few more as they continue their climb and ascent towards the PMNC slots. We're back once again. My name is Maxman, one of your casters for today. Joined with Imperium, and what a first game! And once again, that was pretty bang on for a lot of these teams.
It was. We talked about that push when it happened to third party from F5 okay.
See how it feels now?
And they took full advantage of it, right? That Alush kind of solo play was risky, and he got knocked forward. The rest of the team followed suit in all the right ways, and they knew that they had to make a push because that blue zone was starting to close in, right? And time was of the essence, and they made a count, got themselves into the top 2 and 46 loot. The logic, by the way, behind that push onto, I believe it was Middle East Assassins, even though they were away from the circle, was because making it into the edge of the circle that late into the game, that out in the open,
Yeah.
is unlikely. So if you go for the push on the team that's outside the circle, even if they technically have the body advantage, and you're able to pick up one elimination, possibly even a surprise squad wipe, gives you way more elimination points than trying to go for the edge of the circle and going out.
I'm also thinking back to that fight we saw on the East of Prison, right? And that was the push from F5R that Ulush had that little bit of a weird solo push initially. It was a little bit all over the place. I'm thinking that actually was good because there was no wiggle room on the side of ASSK. So if they wanted to do a counter attack, it would be a little bit complicated. Though we're going to see the round rankings and see exactly how many points were taken home. And your math was on point, Imperium, as it always is. That's why I let you do the heavy lifting when it comes to that. 28 points from X5 squad here, 13 elims and 15 placement points. Not quite a record yet. I think the record was like 31 point game we saw on day one, but it is definitely close to it. And now that means that if you add up the 21 points they got off day one, they must be so close of that top 3 right now.
Within reason, yes, you do need to consider the fact that there's obviously a number of teams ahead of them that also did pretty good, even if they weren't the top 3 teams. F5R coming into this game on 39 points in 8th place. They picked themselves up a juicy 19 points. That puts them within the top 3, and so did the likes of Occupy, who were starting today in 11th place. Down in the second half of this round's standings, Let's Rush on 4 points. I think they had some good ideas, but again, really kind of failed to take full advantage of where they were. Middle East Assassins, good ideas, just poor executions across the board.
Yeah, I think for Timeout Egypt, they're going to take this as a learning curve, hopefully, to not take a fight with Let's Rush in Poliana. Not worth it. We want to see that fight potentially stop if possible. Though looking at the top damage dealers of this last game, who was on top of their game, and man, 4 teams very clearly standing out here. Imperium was over 1,400 damage apiece, and 2,000 damage actually reached by F5 Esports, mostly based on that third-party fight on the east of Prison, and then trying to hold on to the southern side of that road. They got second place off the back of it. F5R did put a heavy amount of work in this game.
Yeah, definitely, without a shadow of a doubt, as we move on to the second half of the damage leaderboard. And like I said, Middle East Assassins, like 937 damage. So positive, but only 2 elimination points. You've got to make that control work. And yeah, 46 loot. I think they certainly put up a lot more work. The engagement between themselves and Secret Esports definitely slowed them down when we saw that circle shift move away, and it was before they finished out the fight. Even though they tried to finish it as quickly as possible. Still 1,200 damage, 4 eliminations. Not bad from 46 loot.
But now the question still stands, Imperium. Who was the MVP of this first game? I believe a player of X5 squad would be a pretty obvious choice in how many elims they got, and it is indeed going to be Taha. Really, Taha did so much work to clear out that position of Soul. Without Taha, Soul would have been able to potentially hold on to that dip, and it would have been a completely different finish, and Taha did indeed enable a lot of that to initially happen. So out of those 13 elims, 8 came from one single player that is Taha. That is highly impressive, and you can also expect the Kalaris sound. He's doing it from a distance. All over in Thailand, my man is doing the or whatever sound he does. I forgot, but he's doing something.
Was that the Kalaris sound exactly?
No, I can't replicate it. Typical normal humans in Imperium cannot replicate the Kalaris sound, so it was just as close of an interpretation I could make. Well, I'll see. So yeah, I don't know. Was that close enough? Do you think? I don't know. Give me a mark.
I think it was pretty good. It was a good effort. I'll give it a solid 8.9 out of 10.
I'll take that. I needed that today. I wasn't having a good day. Now I'm having a
I should have
banger day.
Should have said 6.9.
No,
that would
I
have been
knew you
so
were gonna
better.
say. You're so. You gotta understand.
So
sometimes you could make the joke, and in this case, what I'd recommend is you just don't. You just don't say anything.
Can't help
okay?
it, man. Can't help it.
I'm not personally recommend it. But now, Imperium, we're getting ready for our second match of the day. And just like day one, it's going to be the same map. We're going to be going over to Miramar. And Miramar was won on day one by 4 out. The team that was a little bit invisible on this first game. Didn't see too much coming out from these guys. And they showed that they had really good control of this map. They got chicken dinner, so 15 placement points plus 9 elims. And getting close to 10 elims on a Miramar map, not the easiest thing in the world, right? They made it happen. If we could see them or another team, show up big time in this game, they could also be back in the race in a very similar fashion to what just happened for X5 Squad.
Definitely. I'll be looking out, though, on what the likes of X5 and F5R can do in this game, too, because I say it all the time, and I really think it's important to kind of when you're a team, because I try and speak as a caster as if I was in the team with him. Reason, it's really important that you follow it up, follow a very good result up with something, right? So whether it's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 points, hell, if it's another 15-point game, 20-point game, hey, yeah, even better. But it has to be something. It cannot be a 0-point game. We saw from, for example, Dish Athletics in the European region, they won one game. The next game, they went down in 16th place. You're instantly cutting your points total in half from 2 games if you do that right. And that isn't good for confidence. It's not good for momentum.
Yeah, you want to try and have that momentum built up if you can. It would be great. Though, looking at the other rankings right now, and man, oh man, F5R, sure, not chicken dinner, but they pushed himself up there, Imperium, big time, and now 3rd place was 58 points, tied up with Secret Esport. Now, there's a little bit of a gap that's creating between 3rd and 4th. That it can be a little bit scary for ASSK, W7, and the teams below, but X5 from 14th Imperium up to 6th in one game now, 49 points. Now, that is a comeback story you'd love to see.
I hope they're on the right track. It should give them so much needed confidence. I highlighted F5R, right? Up to 3rd place, 58 points. You don't shy away with that as you move on to the second page. Middle East Assassins, good, very good, 45, despite them not getting the highest amount of points. Syrian Tiger Forces, they got a little bit kind of overshadowed by the likes of F5R and X5, but they had a very good result, especially as a 3-person team in that first game, picking up, I believe, 9 eliminations and 8 placement points in 4th place. So they moved up to 38th, and that puts them so much closer to the top 5, top 3. And with still 4 more games to go, that door is wide open for them.
They started off today with 20 points and they were in 15th place, and now they're up there in 12th, which is a 3 placement game, which is already pretty much huge because every placement point in the Snapdragon Pro Series does award you with more cash in your pocket. So it's going to be pretty good for them to be up there. But now up to 38, so they've got themselves an extra 18 points in the first game. They pretty much almost doubled what they did in the first day. Very similar to X5, they just doubled their points of everything they've done in the first day of play in just one single game in the second day. So it's great, and we said it. That's what we brought up at the start of the show, Imperium. Every team, even the teams on the second page, showed 1 or good 2 moments of greatness, saying that if the situation happens to be good for them, they could capitalize on that. And we saw that from 2 of the teams in this game. The comeback story is now going full force, and we'll see if they can hopefully keep that storyline continuing in the next map that's going to be on Miramar.
And it's what we wanted to see, right? With the teams down below and what they were able to do to adapt between day 1 and day 2.
Yeah, exactly. But don't forget, these are nice, awesome comeback stories, all brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Thanks to them, winning is going to be their main focus today. Without them, it would not be possible to be here for these teams to have a shot to winning a portion of the $50,000 total prize pool for the MENA region here. Great to see. And of course, if you're in the Twitch chat, if you're part of the Twitch Frogs right now, feel free to join in on the chat predictions right now, so you think which team will be taking the next dub of the day on Miramar. And it's going to be our last Miramar Imperium 2, so you better be correct on that prediction. Is it Pog or is it Dog? We'll see. Keep us updated in the chat. But Miramar, Imperium, I haven't done too many predictions for the last few days. I hope you're proud of me for not doing too many. Miramar, compared to what we saw on the first day, do you have any team you would like to maybe see stand up on this map?
Okay, so I'm going to go with X5.
Oh, okay. Back to back?
Back to back. Why not? Look, it's 16 teams in the lobby. You're kind of taking a bit of a shot in the dark, whoever you go for. Yes, it can be calculated. You're still taking a shot in the dark. And if I'm going to kind of say to these teams that did well in the first game, you need to follow it up, I'm kind of better off putting my money where my mouth is in terms of myself and saying, okay, well, yeah, I back X5 again. 2 chicken dinners in a row. We haven't seen it so far as I remember. Of 2 teams, because we haven't had a team win more than 1 game so far. So first team to get 2 chicken dinners and the first team to get back to back. I say go for it, X5.
Yeah, I would love to see myself a little back to back, though. We have seen a little bit of a drop off. We know Middle East Assassins from Flamingo. It would be cool to see some other teams come in big time. I'm looking at the team composition of X5 squad, and I can't see the MVP that we saw earlier. Actually, where's the line? I don't know. He's hiding. He's up there somewhere. I don't know. But yeah, overall,
no, the MVP from the first game was Taha. of F5R.
Oh yeah, I mixed up. There's a 5 in the names. You know, when you include math and numbers in team names, I get confused. That's how it works.
Wait, I love that. Wait, it's like when you include numbers, it confuses me. Yet your IGN, your caster name is Maxman30. You think you'd be used to numbers and names by now?
I try to distance myself from the 30. I don't say it. I remember my very first YouTube video Imperium I did, and it was in French.
Yeah.
And I said the 30.
No
and it was
way.
the most cringe thing ever. And yeah, I don't know. It's dark times Imperium.
What?
So the 30 does not exist anymore.
But not to get too much off topic, but what was your IGNs before? What was your kind of in-game names before Maxman?
Oh, before Maxman, my old IGN actually was Basilic Packet.
Basilic Packet.
Yeah, I don't remember, like on old consoles, like they would give you a random IGN, and I just took a random one, and I liked it. So I like this. Cool. Basilic Packet.
Nice.
Just a little bit of lore. Do you have an old IGN? I guess not.
Yeah, mine was when I first started playing Vainglory that I met you from. It was Cormac Maximus.
Cormac Maximus. Okay.
Yeah, so obviously
Sound
it
like a
incorporates
king.
my first name. And yeah, I thought it sounded pretty cool. And to be fair, I was proud of it. I just realized that it was too long. You know, it was just too long in that regard, so I had to shorten it a bit, and I came up with Imperium. And there you go.
I think if you start that name, I think it wouldn't have enough space on like the broadcast. You know, enough pixels to put all the names. So.
Honestly, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I do see right now that the lobby is currently loading up all 64 players. Hopefully we're not going to have another squad as a 3-man crew. Might be happening, unfortunately, but it's currently filling up. Everyone's in prison right now, but they're about to get that out of jail Monopoly card and ready to get onto the battlegrounds of Miramar to see how things are going to be panning out. Few predictions. There's a few teams I still would like to see a little bit more from. I think Virus was a little bit slow in this game. I would like to see Virus maybe do well, because when you look back at their Miramar game of day one, they got a 5th place finish with 7 eliminations. Yeah. Pretty good. Not too far off from what 4 Out did in particular. So it would be cool to see Virus get himself also back in a good place to contest with the top 3.
The doors, again, the doors open for any of these teams, right? The fact that we saw very few teams in the top 3, top 5 from day one get a good result in the first game of day 2 shows that the teams have adapted and they've used the 5 days, or the teams down towards the bottom at least have used those 5 days to learn, to understand their mistakes and switch up their playstyle. That in turn would have and could have caught off guard some of the teams up at the top. So now it's up to them to kind of, in as quick of a way as possible, go, okay, well, this team did play in a different way in this game. It may be a different map, but we now got to consider that teams around us could be rotating in a different pathline, could be rotating in a different time frame than we think. So now we got to be a little bit more careful. So I wouldn't be surprised if this game number 2, Max, is a little bit more passive.
Yeah, it could be a little bit different too. We did talk earlier with Secret and say that they wanted to change their drops, their rotations also. So you can speculate a little bit of what you think might be happening. But game 2 is now underway, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for sticking with us during that break, as we'll see who will be able to take the final chicken dinner on the good old desert map of Miramar. Who will be able to take the Dunes win? We'll have to wait and see. Playing path, a little bit more southern. We did see quite a lot of teams in Imperium did enjoy going for that, Tierra Bronca, Torreomara, Cruz del Val location. So this one, a little bit out of the question. Might have to try and aim for a secondary drop location for some of these squads.
Secret Esports going for El Pozo. They're going to be, so far, not dropped to anybody else. Flamingos shifting themselves up north will probably go towards the Cabri area. A good split on board for the time being. Middle East Assassins shifting their way down south will most likely go for Valdemar, and then they'll have a clean entry point into the edge of the circle. Pretty much no matter where it goes, unless it's massively northeast for phase 1, because if it goes over a bit to the west, they just stick to the mainland road going up north. If it is more centralized, again, they have a number of path lines, and if it goes down south for phase number 1, southeast, they can just use that south main coastal line. And look at that. That's a pretty southern phase 1, Max.
It works pretty good with the plane path. Can't complain too much about it. Los Higos, Minas del Sur finish. it's a possibility. There's a world where it could happen. I think so far I've only
Oh.
casted one Southern Western Island finish right now on Miramar. They do happen.
Can we like?
But yeah.
Can we not talk about it anymore?
It's not
So
the
we
East
hopefully-
Island. It's not the East Island Imperium. The rules are not
Okay.
the same. Okay, it's not the same.
Okay.
We are allowed to talk about this one because it's big enough. Okay. But it's cool. I don't know. Have you realized when John Allen is casting Miramar, he says like to them with the accent. He would really say it in Spanish, and it just completely destroyed my like perception of Miramar. Like when I say Valdemar or Cruz del Val, he would say Valle de Mar or Cruz de Valle. I'm like, I'm sure he's right, but I just reject what he said. I don't like it.
Wow. Talk about throwing shade at John when he isn't here to defend himself. Terrible.
I mean, he's right, but I don't like it.
And it's even kind of like, because he has like, you know, such a prominent English accent as well, you don't expect it. Obviously, you know, John spent a bit of time in Spain a couple of years ago, so it makes sense why he would have a little bit more of a pronunciation ability in that regard. But you're French, Max. You're very good at speaking other accents and other languages, so you know, still be confident in how you're saying these location names, unlike me as a terrible Irish English speaking person.
I remember last time I tried to do an Irish accent impersonation. You got real angry.
Oh, can you do it again?
I got
Can you try it
bruises
again?
the next day. He beat me up.
Can you try it again? Go on, try it again.
No, I'm not gonna try it again because you're gonna say, "Oh, you sound like a pirate." Haha.
Say top of
the
the
joke.
morning. Say top of the morning. Go on.
Top of the morning, to you ladies. Arr. This right. I don't know, man. I can't
Like,
do it. I can't. Do it.
Up until you said R, it actually
I don't know
wasn't
why.
bad.
I don't know why the R just sounds so Irish to me. Even though I know it sounds like a pirate, it just is what I expect Irish people to sound like sometimes. I find it very funny.
Put a morning to you, laddies.
Yeah, that's what I tried to do. But the R, I just couldn't hold it. It just had to come out. I couldn't hold it. It's too strong.
Are you able to roll your tongue?
Yeah.
Like the R's?
Yeah. I mean, I'm French, so I have to.
I don't know, man. I don't speak French.
I mean, yeah. I know. I know you don't.
I only know what they do for match.
That's what you have to know, to be honest. Apparently, if you arrive in France, or you arrive by train, by plane, by car, and the first French person you talk to, omelette du fromage, they'll show you around. They'll show you around. They'll show you the city, show you the town. It's cool guys.
I also know swear words, but obviously I can't say them on broadcast.
I wanted to say dare, but maybe not the good kind of thing to do. Just like under the breath, just sneeze later on.
How about voulez-vous coucher avec moi?
Nah, I'm working this weekend. Sorry. Anyways, we'll see. I think we're working out. W7, should I say? Currently going for a very early rotation, dead center on the east of Chumacera. Are they going to go for one of the high ground positions? Personally, that's what I would do, Imperium, when you're looking at this phase one, is like that middle band that goes from like the east to the west side, a lot of high ground positions, a lot of mountaintops. That would be my focus if I was any of these teams. Play from there. Even if the circle doesn't come your way, still got info, which is great.
One of the positive things about a Southern Phase 1 is that there's a lot more entry points than it looks. Yes, they may be a little bit more predictable, especially if most of the teams, as I would suspect, are sticking to the roads because they're quicker. You do have a lot of entry points, right? If you're on that east, you have Los Leones roadside, you have Puerto Priso roadside, right? And yeah, Virus Esports, who are up in the northern side, they're going a little bit late, but they're taking a fight against X5.
Yeah, X5 squad here, winners of game 1 of the day. Can they win themselves this early fight? They're really building up their momentum if they can win this fight. Versus the side of Virus. Virus, they're looking for the push. Front line with his teammate there, looking for the 2-man push. And he gets it, the initial knock, and he takes no damage. He's going to take the 1v2. He gets it! MTR absolutely on fire. Daniel is there to join up, but it's all too late, my friend. You're now in a 1v1, and he has a teammate on the other side. He's getting... Was that his teammate or was it a third party? I'm not sure, but...
It's his teammate.
There's his teammate, and now he's just down to mid HP against the player that has 75 HP, and he is completely overwhelmed. And MTR, what a gamer. What a god gamer. Virus already out of the game.
Great solo defense from MTR without a shadow of a doubt. Let's make no bones about it. That was a really poor engagement from Virus Esports, right? I don't mind the fact that they did stop to look to take that engagement. But one, you don't push solo when two players are together, and you don't push even when your third player is so far back. If you're going to separately disengage away from your looting phase and play it into the edge of the circle, and you got to think and presume that you might come across teams, that comes with consequences, right? So if you're separated, you don't take the engagement. You simply disengage away and you give that information over to your teammate. If they're rotating as a full unit, and then they stop to take the engagement, yes, that makes sense. That correlates. One is connected to the other. So Virus's engagement was just completely disconnected, and it did allow X5 to overall win that fight with some excellent solo play from MTR.
Yeah, I think it was tricky for them too because they arrived with that buggy initially. I think if you want to push that exact location, you have to full send it because then you stop down the slope and you're pretty much just walking up there and you're making it so easy for MTR. I'm not saying MTR had an easy job, like it was not easy what he did. It was definitely did step up big time. But they did make it easy in the sense that they just pushed up a slope. When they had a car, they could have made that so much easier. They could have threw some utility if they had any. I'm not sure if they had any, but if they did, that would have been the good play. So, yeah, I think Varish did definitely throw that one down the drain, unfortunately enough. But good on the opposing side. F5 squad really starting to already build that momentum. Chickened in the last game, 4 eliminations at staff game number 2. They're looking pretty good.
Teams pretty heavily towards the central part of the circle. You highlighted W17-5 and they're in the high ground central side to the southeast of Chumasera. They have 46 looted a little bit to the north of them. Down south you have Middle East Assassins, came from Valdemar, had a short rotation onto that high ground just to the south of Via de Mar, and then you have just to the east of Via de Mar, and then you have the likes of Secret Esports coming from El Pozo, playing on that coastal line, and then shifting on towards the hillside of La Julera. But as Phase 2 centers up quite nicely, unfortunately away from Los Higos, but comfortably for the teams, knowing that that southern side of the water is pretty much out of bounds and far less likely to be involved in these later circles.
Yeah, I'm looking at Occupy versus Secret on the west, and they're going to have to push their way in. I think Occupy will have a little bit of an easier time getting in the circle, and they might be able to actually gatekeep Secret Esport eventually down the line. But yeah, they're going to be a little bit back and forth. They're both aware of each other's location, so that they could avoid it. Not too much of an issue, hopefully. We'll see how this will be panning out for these guys. Though, up north, also teams going for a little bit of a slow rotation, which is really fine. Flamingo, for example, are doing a slow rotate. Same for also F5R. We're looking also at Seoul. So yeah, I mean, it's Miramar. You can afford to be a little bit slower sometimes on these rotations. Jimson, if he gets that knock, I would be really impressed, but I didn't expect it. Middle East Assassin, though, 1 point knocked out. Not the best way to start off that game, as Haji also taking his own fight versus Let's Rush, and that's great, brilliant point.
I think Middle East Assassin was making a massive mistake rotating in Phase 2. They didn't need to move from where they were. Yes, the edge of the circle technically got closer to them, but that doesn't mean you need to move away from it. It's okay to stay where you are, and if anything, you're able to then much further gatekeep teams that are coming in from that western edge and that southwestern edge, and that most likely was always going to be the case, like I said, with those roadsides very heavily featured in these first couple of circles. So they lose a player, and now they're still rotating. Secret Esports have gotten ahead, and there's going to be engagement between both of these teams, and Middle East Assassins aren't prepared, and they lose another player.
Big yikers there happening, unfortunately for them. Though Middle East Assassins here still was Rustam and Reno, and we talked about Reno. We hyped him up on the pre-show, Imperium, as to what this guy can do heading into day number 2. Secret Esport aware of the location, pushing this uphill, though maybe not the best game plan. Maybe you want to try and go for a little bit of a wider spread, go for multiple angles before pushing, but it seems like they're all going to funnel themselves in the same location, right down southwest of where MEA currently stand. Some teams already looking for some more central locations you can see on your minimap. But here you go, that's time for the push. Secret Esports, sending one player in with a buggy for scouting purposes. Few shots taken, Rostom's been spotted out. They know exactly where he is, so he needs to move away, back into the car, and he's on the move to another spot.
unless having tracked the elimination feed extremely carefully, Seeker Esports won't be fully aware that Middle East Assassins are down to just 2 players. They know they picked up one elimination, but they don't know another player has gone down.
Oh, he wasn't aware there's actually Let's Rush on the other spot, so Reno's really blocked it, and he's got no cars. I'm actually, I don't know if I'm impressed, I think it's very risky to take shots when you have no cars to reposition and Secret are pushing as a 4-man while you're only 2 players. I would have just left if I could, but then easier said than done because once again he has no cars. He is stuck on this side of the mountain, and he's now spotted up by Let's Rush. I don't see a world where Reno survives this. I think this might be the end of the road.
The best thing he can hope for is being on that slightly smaller dip. It allows Let's Rush to actually more heavily focus on Secret Esports as Secret Esports cover over the edge of the ridge side looking for Rhino, right? So I do kind of understand why Rhino took shots, despite understanding what you said about the risks involved with that. The next circle shifts up towards the northeast. The western edge of Los Leones is very heavily in play, even a little bit of the city inside the Phase 3 circle, but in no way should any team look to go inside the city. You're better off staying towards the warehouses that are more centralized, or if you want to hold onto the high ground on the edge of the city, that's also a very viable option.
I think that's what 66 Esports are going for. They're going for the warehouses of the west of Los Leones, which are right now very valuable, and even have some players that can try and peek through those little windows that are just below the roof, which are really good for scouting, and they're really hard to get shot from those locations. So I think 66 are doing a really good job. SGF are doing a similar rotation. I think Secret also have that in mind. I think Seoul also have that in mind. So a lot of teams exactly are doing what you just mentioned. It's very important. So I have to see Flamingo a little bit late on the rotate up northwest. Going to be a few shots taken their way, but luckily enough, there's a compound right in front of them. They're going to be picking it as their new home. But nah, can't do too much here, so just going to have to allow them to move in.
ASSK made a bit of a weird decision on the rotation from Phase 1. You mentioned that they were kind of coming in late, and it was up towards that north western edge of the circle, and instead of kind of playing, even though it's on the low ground of the northwestern edge, they actually went for a more direct western entry point into the previous circle, but it was on the western edge of Chumasera, and you get so little information on the other side of the city, never mind towards the more centralized area of the circle, and against a phase shift that has gone more towards the east on this circle. So ASSK heavily pinched. They have adapted quite nicely. I give them a bit of credit, but they didn't put themselves in a good position on the rotation in the first place, and it has forced them to try and find another entry point into this Phase 3.
Oh, I'm more scared for one of the teams actually down south. There's Syrian Tiger Forces here, pinched between 2 teams, W5, W7, and also the side of Esports, and they can't really move away too much. Secret already taking a few pot shots here and there, gonna pop the wheels of that car, making sure no one can abandon the fight, no one can abandon the ship. And they got their buggies ready to go, and I mean, they have the information here, Imperium, right? I think their game plan for Secret, which I would personally recommend, wait for the circle to pop and see if this position is worth breaching. If it is in the circle in a really good spot, which doesn't seem likely, then you push it. Right now, I think it's just too early of a call, and you're taking a risk of getting eliminated or losing players really early on the Miramar map. You don't want it. The shot doesn't quite connect. It would have been cool. It would have been cool, but not quite, unfortunately.
Yeah, I definitely agree. You're dead on with that point, and time's run out. The next circle is shifted up, and it's centralized quite nicely. It's a tricky shift, though. It's quite a tricky shift. You have that road that is dividing the circle for the time being. Majority of it, of course, on that northern side. 46 loot. Within reason, could have asked for a better circle shift because they're on the edge of a hill. They have a bit of hardcover that's still inside the circle, and they're able to spread out because of it.
Actually, W7 got a great scout up ahead on the side of the road. They're going to fully send the entire squad.
That's fair.
If the side of Syrian Tiger Forces spot that, they can take that position and leapfrog in, and that'll make it a lot harder for Secret to try and gain free real estate in the circle. So I really like what W7 did. It was really risky. That 3-1 was risky. I don't know how large of a split it was, but it worked out, and that's all you can really use is what happened and the facts. W7 still in that great location. Spots a player. Easiest frag you could ever ask for. Can't quite get the flush, but there's still a lot of damage and a lot of hurt dealt with some of the teams on the west.
Proactive play, proactive rotation, proactive movement. That's what I like to see from W17-5. You're on the ball with how they adapted to the circle shift and pushing teams back in the right way. It's so important in laying down the strong result in the late stages of this game. I understand why most of these teams now, Max, are trying to play on the edge of the circle. That one compound that W17-5 moved away from has yet to be picked up by Syrian Tiger Force, as the side of Seoul could find a first. But Secret Esports, who were behind Syrian Tiger Forces, have actually looked to rotate and play on towards the southeastern edge of the circle.
Yeah, they actually got a knock right away onto, who's that, Payne, I believe?
Soul,
yeah. Yeah, Hackshot's got himself that one. He's going to try and flush it away. Error, M7 Mood, I would say just regrouped on Frama. He's in the circle and just try and play the long game would be my recommendation. We'll have to see, though. STR, Syrian Tiger Force is really slow on the fact that they want to leave the southern edge. I think they should have already pulled the trigger, because the more time they take, Soul might take that compound the W7 went in earlier, or even Secret. So I think they need to pull the trigger, and there's not a lot of time left for them to do it.
And it's not even pulling the trigger in terms of other teams getting there. It's also the element that when the next circle shift pops up, there could be teams much closer to it, and you could get shot out of vehicles as you move out.
So easy for the man here. Okay. Snap your fingers, they're gone. Flamingo eliminated in 15th. That's the end of the adventure for them. 4 eliminations to 46 through, but unfortunately to the extent that they do lose one player, which is Hazem. Very unfortunately enough for them. The smile that we had in the interviews was not enough to deal with the opposition, it seems. So now down to 3, still looking to push on the northwestern side, but X5 squad, the winners of game 1, are now hot on their heels.
X5 already taken a squad out already. Rakon is knocked down. That's some great play by the side of Timeout. They're down to solo, but they stay alive for the time being.
Another good nade potentially from 66 Esports, looking like a good idea, and the flush is instantaneous. Pyre, more like pain dealt to the enemy squads around him. Another nade. Doesn't know the entire enemy team is gone in that location, but you know what? Better safe than sorry. As he's currently dealing with one extra player from out. We'll see if Timeout Egypt will be able to stand up strong as one solo. Circle shifts once again and right onto W7's position. They put all the eggs in one basket, and man, what a good basket that is.
Oh, it's a beautiful basket. The best basket. The perfect basket. The strongest basket. Can they turn that basket just with the eggs in it and make a chicken dinner? Hey, look, I like the basket.
Maybe they'll make one of those heavily contested omelette du fromage you keep talking about, Imperium. We'll see if they get all the egg baskets in the world. Exactly. Just need a bit of cheese and you're good to go. But Alush, we'll see if he's going to cheese this one. He's going to be avoiding to go for a big ballsy push like he did last game. He's going to take it slow. Doesn't have his team to back him up. He wants to avoid the fight and maybe hoping for the two teams to fight each other directly, and then he can just steal the glory at the very end and take it for himself, or just let them push and he can just try and play the edge after that.
Much like cheese, it's a loose sandwich as he's surrounded by two teams and is forced to go into the blue. I kind of agree with that. Yeah, okay, he's down to one first aid, but it's actually a safe play to call because ASSK aren't really going to be looking behind him now. He's going to be able to find one, gets a clean knock, looking for the confirmation. He knows his days are numbered, but picks up elimination point. That was some incredible play from Alush.
Yeah, amazing. Of course, no more first aid kits, as you already mentioned, Imperium, so that is the end. Denies an elimination from the opposing team, plus gets an extra point for free. Hey, that seems like a pretty good deal. I will take it to myself if I could, though he's going to be reckless, going for his own fight. Again, instantly a nice shot, and that's going to be 66 Esports also eliminated. While 4 out on made it inside the shed. That's going to be their location that they're going to call home for the foreseeable future. Though over to the west, this is where you really want to look out, Imperium. Occupy are going slowly but surely down the hill versus the last player of Let's Rush. And if they can get the push onto W7, that could be the team-winning decision-making fight. So we'll have to see if Occupy are going to commit to it later.
X5 still a successful game despite them going out to the hands of the leaders of the lobby in the form of 46 Loot. They did pick themselves up 7 elimination points for the Miramar game. So off the back of the chicken dinner, yeah, it's what I wanted. A strong result.
Yeah, not a lot of placement points for at least a Gulim, so it's not going to be hurting their overall position that much, hopefully. We'll see how things are going to be panning out. 4 out, going to go for the res. They're still committing to a 2-2 split, which, as we are in phase 5, Imperium about to go to phase 6. Regrouping as a 4-man, unless you clear all of the north, if you get rid of 46 Loot or you get rid of ASSK, I'm going to call it Mission Impossible, because I think their cars are in very poor working conditions. They're not going to be able to regroup too easily. So clear the north. Objective currently happening for the side of Fallout. If they do it, they can regroup, and then they can think of pushing on to W7, hopefully secure a win. As FaZe is going to be shifting very soon. Is it going to be on W7 again? A little bit, but that's a very northern shift that a lot of these teams are going to have to adapt to.
Incredibly difficult. Now it's up to W17-5, who have done the grunt work with the rotations, with the reaction to the circle shifts. They got to hold back all the teams up north. Syrian Tiger forces, they may have been slow, but they're still alive, and they have the Sutherland side all to themselves, Max.
Right. Exactly what you want to do. Fallout are playing this to perfection, down to a T. That nade could be good too. No looks is from Nawaf. Does explode, unfortunately. Didn't see the damage, but at least didn't get knock or flush. That's what we know as a fact. Mohamed can't do too much from that location either. As a final player of 46 Sloot, he wants to play the long game. How many first days does he have? Potentially can try and play the blue a little bit longer. Before I was questioning Imperium that 2-2 split, but to eliminate the teams up north is like the best split you could ask for. You just need to make sure you commit to that 4-man once you eliminate the teams up north.
Definitely. You're not wrong there.
Oh,
so,
bye.
Haven't been too active, but they could come in from that southern edge and wipe out the side of Syrian Tiger forces. W17-5, they've lost Malik for the time being, but it was still 2 eliminations, and the brunt of the team left alive. They are still in line to control the northern side.
Hey, Syrian Tiger forces did actually cross the road. That was the hardest part. They got a little bit of dip in that location I think they can play from, so that could be maybe a little bit of an upset spot. We'll see if Seoul want to try and contest it for themselves and snatch it under their control. Haji trying to keep the pressure down onto it again. Do it again, boys. Ooh, again, able to jump right through that little slit in between those 2 smokes. Just get knocked away, but Mohamed's got nothing to lose. He's just saying YOLO, full send it, but he gets full sent into the graveyard. That's it for 46 Sloot as they get eliminated, but Mohamed still putting a valiant effort forward.
W17-5, any angle of pressure they can put on the teams around them, whether it was Team Occupy, whether it's the side of 4 out, they need to do it, they needed to do it, and they've done it, and it's allowed them to disengage away from the buildings to get a little bit more of a controlling spread on the western edge of the circle, Max.
Yeah, now he spotted out Haji. Haji got knocked, I believe, once or twice already this game, so gets knocked once again. You'll bleed out a lot faster. Soul spotted away. They're just helping out Syrian Tiger forces right now. If they eliminate Soul, Syrian Tiger forces, really there's no threat to their location in the current time of the game. So that'll be a great help for them. We'll have to see. They actually flush out the Elim. Reckless is out also for this one. For 4 out. Instantly headshot on his knees. I don't expect the rest to come on through. While we are seeing a commit Imperium to a 3-1 split from 4 out, and a 3-1 split, that off angle that Nawaf is offering to make sure W7 can't push in is so valuable currently.
Oh, Haji with the shots just connect with UMP red dot, but it's not enough. It's making Syrian Tiger forces slow down a bit, and there you go from Haji.
With the silencer too, so much harder to spot him out. Gets up, confirms the Elim potentially. Down to a third of his health bar. He's going to be ticking down even faster. One more shot, get up, confirm it. There you go. Bap! That's an extra point. That's up to 5 so far in top 3 podium finish. W7, they were potentially going to slip out of that top 3 for the PMNC slot, right, Imperium, but they put themselves back in the race. They want to remain a contender for the MENA PMNC later on in the year. But W7, Malik and Haji, currently as a 2-man crew, the 1-1 split, 4 out, making sure they press that man advantage as a 4-man. It's a 4v2v2 right now. This is 4 out's game to lose.
4 out, dropped down off the back of the first game. They're in 7th overall with 49 points. Just shy of 10 points behind the top 3. They can pick themselves up a juicy chicken dinner if they play their cards right.
Man, Nawaf is doing so much this game for 4 out. It's absolutely mental. Now it's down to a 4v1v2. And Nawaf, if he's not the MVP, I do not know what to believe, Imperium. That's already. I'm calling it right now. He's my MVP of this game because this man has been mental from start to finish, especially at the end of this game. Here we go. The final second Miramar game here of the Snapdragon Pro Series is about to end. Who will be able to get the chicken dinner on the Dunes map? Haji remaining in the blue. Gonna take that tick damage. Syrian Tiger forces remaining in an unknown location for now. Oh, Haji able to actually push himself in. That's big. But the blue's in still ticking. Is going to chase him down. Halfway done. Strav spotted away. He's going to be knocked out. Nice headshot once again from Nawaf. There's another player. Where's he standing? He sees the molly. He sees exactly where M7MD is playing from. And you got the man advantage. You push it. There is no way in hell they lose this one.
17-5. Oh, not enough. Not enough.
Yeah, get himself the extra elimination. Double digits reach for 4 out, and they look for the final player, and that is game. As here we go, Syrian Tiger Forces could not go the entire way, but it will be a chicken dinner going the way of 4 out, with what I believe was 11 eliminations at the end. What a game from the guys.
Fantastic. They fought, they crawled. There was a lot of action on that northern side, right? Whether it's W17-5 trying to hold teams back, whether it was kind of the final players of 46 loot, there was ASSK involved. Again, they had to challenge into the edge of the circle, and they held out so strongly, and the 13 eliminations speaks for itself. I still think W17-5 played so strong in that game, and with how they've reacted to the circle shifts. Yes, maybe they could have been a bit more focused on the team to the north of them when one of those circles shifted down south, but arguably they also knew that they had to cover anybody that was around the kind of southern and southeastern area of where they were, because if they had to move away, which they eventually had to, they needed to create that entry point, and it was difficult for W17-5. If it wasn't for so much pressure from 4 out, it probably would have gone W17-5's way. It's the way it goes, and 4 out, they put all the pressure on, and very successful result.
Yeah. Even though W17-5 did not get the win, I think we can both agree, and hopefully everyone at home will also agree, that they still had a really good game. Their proactiveness, that 3-1 split that they played, it was a risky play, it was a risky gamble.
Yeah.
Paid off really well for them. They got in a super valuable position. They cleared a lot of the teams up north. We'll have to see exactly on the match rankings later on how many elims were actually taken home by W7, but I can tell you right now, it is definitely an amount that will impact in some way, shape, or form the overall rankings. So W7, really good game, but 4 out. I do want to wait for us to talk about it a little bit after the break, because there's so much to break down as to how they played it. But I told you, Imperium, and I'm going to stick to my guns, Nawaf has to be the MVP of that game. This man,
I'm with you, man,
was so proactive. He was part of the reason why they were able to clear the 2 teams up north, why they were getting involved in that fight versus W7. He was there to try and close off the game too. Like, this man was getting involved in every single fight towards that late game, and you love to see it when one player just pops off like that.
You were play-by-play, Cass, and you mentioned his name enough, and that speaks for itself, right? And it shows that he was, yeah, like you mentioned, constantly active in every single fight that the team took.
Absolutely amazing. Well, there you have it. That's going to be our second chicken dinner of the day. 3 more games now remaining before we crown our top 3 teams here of the Snapdragon Pro Series for the MENA region, and who will be able to make it over to the PMNC. We'll be back in just a few short minutes.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Well, here we are back once again with the open moments after Game 2 on Miramar has ended up in a great fashion. And man, fought out Imperium, more like fought in, because they are in fact in the race to reach the PMNC.
That was actually pretty good. Not gonna lie, that was actually
Was
pretty
it?
good.
I thought it was really,
Yeah,
I thought it was really bad.
No,
Fair
no,
enough.
no, it was really good, man. I like it. I like it. Definitely, especially because they had, like I said, they dropped down to 7th place after game 1 when they were in 5th coming into today's games. So yeah, they were out and now they're back in. A confident result, confident win, and you saw with the highlights they popped off in all their right ways. Yeah,
I mean,
hope it helps them.
Yeah, I can tell as a fact it did help them. We'll see if they can try and back it up with some more results and get that heavily contested momentum. But also, if you want to get some momentum for yourself right now, don't forget Snapdragon Elite Gaming are here to help you take some wins thanks to that good old momentum we keep mentioning back and forth. And without them, this Snapdragon Pro Series would not even be put together. So thank you very much to them, and also a little shout out to the guys at Monster for helping us put all of this event together, man. A lot of regions have been covered, a lot of teams have been able to make it through the NAP qualifiers, then through the regional finals of Snapdragon Pro Series, and then 3 teams of each region will be able to make it in the PMNC. And like we saw in the interview earlier with Grim, right? If you do want to make it as a pro player, this is where it all begins. And for some of these teams, they are not messing about. Like for Out, they're taking this extremely serious because they want to be a next PMPL contender.
26 points secured in that game for themselves, 11 eliminations, 15 place. And Syrian Tiger Forces, 2nd place. I do wonder though, if, and this is where timing can be such a difference maker, if they had been just slightly more proactive, slightly quicker towards the compound on the southern edge of the circles that they had free to take control of across the road, could they have done more to shut down the likes of W7, possibly even 4 out in their own right, and of course the likes of Team Soul, and grab themselves in either more eliminations or even a chicken dinner? I would arguably say yes.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, I love this compared to Europe. I think that the overall leaderboards wouldn't change too much. Like on the second day, they would like be pretty much stale. This one, it will change a lot. I'm really expecting things are going to be completely all over the place when we look at the overall rankings a little bit later on this segment. After see, Team Occupy had a pretty good entry point to the western side. Unfortunately, crossing that road was almost mission impossible for them. So they were like, okay, we can't cross. Let's just eliminate every single living team over onto the west, and we'll try and play around that. They got himself, I think, 1 entire team, plus a few extra limbs here or there. So Team Occupy tried to make it work out, but heading on to the second page where, fair to say, Imperium, you don't really want to see your name pop up over here, because you have 4 teams with 0 points, and that's the 2 teams we hyped up on the pre-show. Flamingo, Middle East, and to some extent also Virus, that we did hope to see a little bit more of, taking a big L here.
Definitely, and even F5R, right? They got themselves such a positive result in game 1, and unlike X5, just getting themselves absolutely nothing in this game 2 cuts their 2-game results in half. So that's definitely not what they want to see. Secret Esports as well. Jeez, we talked to Graham, and it looked a lot more positive, but after 2 games, it's arguably seeing Secret in a much grimmer situation, right? When you look at ASSK picking themselves up an okay amount of points in that second game, you have good results from 4 out. That's gonna see Secret Esports most likely slip down from 2nd place, possibly into around 6th or 7th. Are they out of the running? Absolutely not. But again, momentum is nowhere to be seen. Confidence looks absolutely faltering, and with only 3 games to go, they're running out of time.
Yeah, running out of time though, we're also going to be taking the time to check out the top damage dealers of this second game of the day. We're going to be able to see that the top guys up there are going to be Fought Out, and also the side of W7 Team 5. Not really too surprised seeing how good of a spot the W7 were playing from, right? They were centralized really early on. They were zoning teams away, taking shots, not always able to convert them into your limbs, but at least making sure that their spot was a safe spot. And also a little bit lower down in the ranking, sure they don't get as many placement points, but 46 Sloot really also tried to get involved, but that northern push to get into the circle against 4 Out, against W17 5, it's too much. Especially knowing that they were not as a 4-man crew. it was really hard, so they tried to capitalize on the limbs and damage, which they were able to do, but that push, if they made it work out, that would have been nothing short of insane.
I think they could have been more aggressive on their defense against X5 at an earlier point in the game, and that in turn would have given them more time to play it into the edge of the next circles as it did shift down south. But indeed, still 10 points secured in that game as a whole with 8 elimination from 46 loot. They won't be disappointed as we look at the MVP of that game. It was, again, of Occupy, so not who we expected, Max.
That is very surprising. I mean, we said they took a really big fight over to the western side. I guess, again, was the one really doing a lot of the work in that fight, and we weren't really spectating too much of that engage, so that would potentially explain. But yeah, again, from Occupy, I mean, it's good to see some Occupy life being brought to the forefront here in the second game, and hopefully they can climb a little bit higher, because where did Occupy even start the start of the day? Occupy were start of the day in 11th with 24 points, so definitely going to help them a little bit. But now it's time to look at the overall rankings in Imperium. And man, oh man, we are having some changes up here. 4 out to secure himself second slot, and that is a very small gap between them and 46 loot. 46 loot, if they have like 1 or 2 bad games, like they could be pushed out of top 3. That could definitely happen.
Oh yeah, there's absolutely no security in the top 3. This is an open door. Anybody in the top 8, arguably at least, has a chance to make it in. This is so exciting. This is so exciting. The highlight, by the way, 4 out. They jumped from 7th to 2nd place off the back of that chicken dinner.
Yeah, I'm looking at Syrian Tiger Forces, man. My boys at the start of the day were in 15th. They leaped up in 8th in 2 games. Sheesh, man. 54 points. And I mean, one really good game from these guys. Like, I'm talking a top 3 finish. They could be in top 5, even maybe top 3 if they can go so fast to get a chicken dinner. They can make it happen. The dream is alive for Syrian Tiger Forces here.
And that's why I didn't massively highlight what they could have done differently in that game, because I understand that when they were coming into today's games in a certain position and they started off the first game with a solid result, a little bit safer, more secure in the second game to get a solid base amount of points that has put them in a very healthy or a lot healthier position coming into game 3. So it's building up that momentum. So yeah, very positive for Syrian Tiger Forces as we do look at the second page.
Yeah, timeout Egypt though, I'm a little bit scared for them. 17 points currently after, what is that, 7 games currently. We need to see a change of pace. I think they're at a point, especially after this game, that they know they're not going to be competing for the PMNC slot. I would just say extra slot every single time is an extra $100. Just say F it, really. And just go for it. If you want to go for the push-up to Let's Rush and you guys know Apollyon, go for it. Who's going to care? It's not going to hurt you because you know you're not making it into PMNC. Go for the YOLO plays, and if they work out, then maybe there's a timeline where those actually help you out so much that you could get back into the race. It doesn't seem feasible, but there's a world where that could happen, right? So I would just say, go for it, change something up, at least try and avoid finishing in 16th, because that's where you only get 1.1k dollars, if I'm not mistaken, and you don't want to be the team to go out with like just 1.1k.
Definitely. I want to highlight Seoul Esports before we get into this, or just as we get into this third game, because they're a really interesting team. When I looked at day 1, they were so passive at the start of day 1, and then in Sanhok they got a solid result and they stepped up in an okay way, and I was like, okay, this is better. And even in the final game of that first day, they became a bit more aggressive, and you will hear an ice cream truck in the background, my apologies. And in today's games, it's been somewhat similar, where they've had okay results, but it hasn't been aggressive playstyle. And if Souls can just find some anger, they can really pick up good results because they're putting themselves in pretty decent positions.
Yeah, of course, don't forget, guys, that this is brought to you by the Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G. Upgraded performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G, the designated smartphone for PUBGM Mobile Esports in Middle East and Africa for 2022. And maybe it's thanks to them. Maybe thanks to the Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G that you might get some ice cream very soon in Imperium. They knew. They sent the task force over to your house. So it's going to be working out.
Reminds me of when Android had named their operating systems after food, and they had Android
like Oreo and stuff.
Yeah, they had ice cream and Android Kit Kat. I'm hungry.
Same, man. Same. But who's to blame? You, probably. I don't know.
Oh, we can blame Android. What?
What? Okay. Man, you're doing a lot. I don't know what kind of mind gymnastic you're doing, Imperium, but you're really going at it. Damn, you're making the splits and everything, we'll have to say. But Virus, though, a little bit chased down. Very big split currently, and I believe those are players of, what, 4 out? Yeah, 4 out actually around the players of Virus, and F5 are also in close vicinity, so third party could be happening if they do intend to commit to it. And Virus did spawn to this game as a 3-man, and we said Imperium, they can't afford bad results there. And spawning into a 3-man is definitely not a good way to kick off the game.
No, it's not at all.
Wow.
And it's going to be made even worse as they lose another player while hunting for a vehicle, and nearly a third as well, as Shroud is down to a sliver of health. And we didn't really talk about that playing path.
The chase.
Because we were talking about ice creams. But it was on the eastern side, and as a few teams like to loot up around that western side of the map, it's very risky to go for vehicles on this specific road, right? The road from farm all the way over to Pachinki, and they got there late and they paid the ultimate price. And you just mentioned it, F5R, they're on the hunt, they're on the chase.
Why are they hunting it down there? It makes no sense, because when I'm looking at F5R, when I'm looking at Zoro, he has no loot. He has no helmet.
No,
he has.
It makes sense.
It makes
There's
sense.
logic to it.
Rushing it? Why? Explain to me.
Because when you wipe a team out that's behind you, because it's obvious that Virus are looking to loot up around Primorsk Ferry Pier, therefore behind F5R, they don't have to worry about what's in front of them, and they have time. They know they've already picked up 2 eliminations.
Okay,
So why
I thought
not
you were
go
trying
for the
to
final
say.
2?
I mean, the knocks came out from 4 out, and F5R were not involved in the initial knock.
Didn't F5R
No,
find one of those eliminations?
no. It was.
They
4
certainly
out.
would have seen it, though. Certainly would have seen it.
I mean, they don't. My guess is that they don't know that was that fight that resulting in a kill. Maybe they speculate that was the case, but yeah, I'm just surprised they decided to push it on the fight they were not
Fair enough.
involved in without any
Okay.
loot. But they did push. They got some loot now, 100%. So F5R got it. But yeah, it was a little bit surprising to me. But they spot out the 2 players, thinking, can we maybe push it down, trying to get a little bit more information. He still got no loot, by the way. Why are you scouting when you have no loot first? Good. Now you can scout. You gotta use it. That's fine. I'll allow it. But yeah.
Good Alush. He's a good boy. Well done. Well
My
done.
man thinks he's one punch man. You can't do like punches from a distance. Like your punches are not AoE damage. Okay, that's not how it works. Okay, gotta get guns here.
Fundamentals of PUBG Mobile by Maxman. 1, find a gun.
2,
What's-
shotgun.
There you go. There you go. It's like,
End of tutorial.
yeah, there you go. I was like, please follow it up. What's step 2, Max? I don't know what's step 2. I'm relying on you, man. Max, what's step 3?
When? I guess. I don't know. That's not how you do it. That's what I do. That's what I play.
You win?
I mean, no. I mean, of course not. Yeah, but
Okay.
who said I was right? Those are my rules. Who said I was right? No.
When you fail at your own rules, Jesus.
I mean, I do shoot my gun. I find a gun. I shoot it. I don't eliminate anyone, but I shoot. No. I gotta tell you, those trees, they're asking for it. They're looking at me weird. They're looking at me sideways. Like, bro, that tree, that's gonna be a full Uzi spray in you, mate. And there you go.
Oh, Jesus. What do you got against the environment, Max? Shooting trees? Jesus.
I don't know. Yeah.
Oh,
I remember I used to back in like some really old movies. I used to, I was annoying as hell.
go
But I would
on.
watch movies, and you have that typical love scene in like some love movies where they would write the initials of 2 people and a plus. And they would
yes.
put a heart. I was like, bro,
Yeah.
the poor trees. Don't they think of the environment? And it's like, I don't know. It was different times in period.
What, a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah, probably about that, like 2 weeks ago. I think.
That's actually genuinely so cool to know, dude. Really like an insight into the youth of Maximum right there. As we do see teams are starting to kind of make their way into this phase 1 circle. Nothing but experience on the side of these teams as they look to play out this phase 1 and Still, the two teams are looting up Yasnaya for the time being. Middle East Assassins, of course, able to take advantage of this eastern plane path, dropping Lipovka fairly early on. I expect them to rotate into a pretty solid center circle position pretty early on in this game. Maybe the southern tip or the northern tip of Lumberyard Hill would be pretty idealistic, in my opinion. You know, more hovering towards the north side of Prison Hill, which would allow them to guard teams off who are coming in from that north side of the map.
Yeah, north side of the map is already a little bit clustered by teams. You have, what, 4 teams towards the Yasnaya, Polyana, and Rozhok. Like, between those spots and Garden 2, you're going to be having W7 Team 5. Hopefully it's not going to result in too much things happening, but at least the scouting is done. You will begin a little bit of tracking here that some teams are in that location, so we'll see how that will work out for some of the teams afterwards. But there's a player up there. Is that a player from X5? Just like north of where Occupy are? Or is that another team? I'm not sure. Oh, quite.
Wait, where?
You have one player with like a brown icon that's just up north of Occupy, and he's pushing it. Oh, is that? Oh, it's Let's Rush. Okay, they're all
Let's Rush.
Wait, they were all in one car. I was like,
No
wait,
way, they're all in one vehicle.
I thought that I was like, that's super weird. Like, it looks like only one player, but they were just all in one car.
Shoot the vehicle out. Shoot the vehicle out.
Oh man. Okay, there you go. Yeah, they all hit. They were all in one car. Man, that is shocking. I was like, who's that? Who's that guy? Who's this? Is that player? I don't know.
Who's that girl? Na 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 na. No.
That,
Okay.
nah. Nah. Just not.
66 Esports, still in the blue of phase number 1, playing from South George. Of course, they would have been one of the later teams to get to a drop swap because they opted to go for vehicles and move from the eastern side over to the western side. Similar for Seeker Esports, but I do appreciate that they're a little bit quicker off the mark on their rotation in this phase 1 comparative to the first game. It's healthy to see. It is a similar phase 1 circle, by the way, Max. It's something we haven't really talked about. It is quite similar to game number 1, so hopefully it'll allow a good few of these teams to learn from any potential mistakes they made in game.
What's happening? Haji, what are you doing? I mean, of course it can. I mean, hey, hashtag deserved, okay, man. Hashtag based. That was, I don't know what he was thinking, but he gave it a shot, didn't work out at all. I don't know why they're just trying to peek over the roadside. I mean, sure, you still have a player of Occupy a little bit further that can stop that from happening, but you just have a player inside your car too, in the backside of the buggy. Chuck one nade, and man, they're gone. They're gone instantly.
Plus,
74
like,
Q-knocked.
You're at the very tail end of phase 1. You know, why are you rotating as if you don't expect a team to be around there, right? You should know that you're in towards the center of phase 1. You're at the very tail end of phase 1. Yeah, there's a team most likely going to be there. There's no need for them to lose a player. And yeah, okay, phase 2 shifts up and it does go down towards the southwest. Still incorporates a little bit of Military Island. Just want to point that out. So they're still inside the circle, but certainly a little bit of a silly mistake from W7 in that moment at least.
I mean, for Haji in particular, I think the entire team were very cautious of the approach, but he was just
okay.
I mean, he didn't have a game plan in mind clearly, so it did fall apart pretty quickly. We'll see if he can pick himself up in game number 4. That will be on Sanhok, by the way. Definitely want to look forward to that one. How is the last Sanhok of not only this Snapdragon Pro Series, but the entire Snapdragon Pro Series? Out of all the regions that were happening, this is the last one. So we'll see how we're going to find closure to that map. So Let's Rush still on the move here, trying to avoid the northern fight. They did avoid it. Those Secret Esports are right behind them on their tail. So they might want to get onto the move ASAP and find a decent spot in the circle, which currently Imperium right now, there's a lot of options for good positions to hold on to.
46 loot locked into the farm compound right now. It's not bad. It's a little bit kind of full. Okay. Yep.
J1, face out there also. Oh man, nice jump there. Able to make it right behind that rock. With the counter pushed here. Peeks right around the corner. Nice fight, and face out can't do anything against it. Let's Rush. I mean, 2 other players are just too far away.
I know, dude.
Gonna have to leave. That was a weird one.
Yeah, that's why I kind of stopped, because it genuinely caught me off guard. I'm like, why are they there? Right, similar to the mistake W7 made against Occupy, I'm kind of like, you're halfway through phase 1. The circle has shifted down southeast. You're coming into the circle later because you took shots on a team earlier, which is okay. you got to understand that that comes with consequences and potential consequences, potential risks of more teams being in front of you. Just City play made from less rush, and they've lost 2 players because of it. At least the 2 remaining players have survived and gone very deep into phase number 1, Max, so they should be okay for the next couple of circles at least.
A little bit of a head scratcher right there we just saw happen, but at least the team is still alive and they can still maybe keep their hopes up for a potential chicken dinner if they can snatch it for themselves at the end. We'll have to see. Secret, though, going to get involved with Timeout. Timeout going to be losing what I believe was their first player. Ferox is also going to be knocked away, so... Just like the northern... It's so surprising too, right, Imperium, because you're looking at the northern side of this circle on the right side of your screen right now. There's so much space towards prison, shelter, school, Pachinki Hill. Not Pachinki Hill, sorry, Potato Hill. And yet, all the teams are just funneling themselves on that exact location right up north of W17-5. I think scouting has been a little bit lackluster from some of these teams, to be completely honest. And I think that this could have been easily avoided with a little bit more research done before pulling the trigger.
Yeah, definitely. There's been a lot of presumptions made from teams in this game so far, certainly. And even just kind of thinking, okay, well, Phase 2 still has military island in play, but I didn't highlight that as if I thought it was going to stay there. I highlighted it just to kind of show that there is a less landmass on that mainland available for teams to occupy. I would no way have committed myself so heavily down south of phase number 2, right? And that's just a product. Look, teams committed. They thought, they maybe presumed, and it's bit them in the butt per se, as phase 3 did shift quite heavily up towards the northeastern side. So the edge of Prison Hill and Shelter is absolutely wide open for a team to take.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be actually... which team is going there right now? We're seeing one team.
Timeout?
Oh, timeout. Yeah, timeout's the one's going there. I took my glasses off for a second to clean them, and I was like, I can't. I was squinting really hard. I was like, I can't see this. What's going on? But
are they
yeah,
clean
timeout
now?
are going to be the ones. Yeah, they are clean. They're squeaky clean. I like to call them.
Squeaky clean.
Squeaky clean. But yeah, they take that position. I believe they're down to 2 currently. Yeah, timeout down to only 2 players, 0 limbs. So yeah, it seemed like the earlier rotations didn't work out. And we said it. The only 3 games remaining in Imperium. If you want to change off pace, they're going to have to do it now. But they still haven't reached that point, it seems, of like despair.
46 were able to disengage away from that farm compound, which Middle East Assassins have now taken over, and they have a pretty okay 2-2 split. I don't agree with the 2-2 where they are. They have the 2 in the compound and 2 to the northern side of the hill that the compound overlooks. But it's the northern side of the hill where they're not really able to help each other, and per se, if a team was going to crash, it would be a little bit harder, and I would arguably say it's a bit tougher for the 2 players who are in that compound to gatekeep and push back the teams that are to the south of them. So to me, a 3-1 split would make more sense for 46 at this point.
We'll see if 46 can try and play around their spot. I mean, so far, if their 2-2 split makes a lot of sense, and also the fact that if a team breaches the position where Madlol and Cheetos are, that's an instant reaction. You can start pre-firing before team actually makes into the compound. The moment they do, you get into your cars, you regroup, you take it as a 4-man. Got 2 players inside the buildings, 2 players outside of it, up north. It is a really, really good setup for 46. So we'll see if that's going to be working out in their favor. Hopefully it will, and so far it does seem like that will be the case. They were waiting to see where Faithful's going to go. F5R! Esports looking for the fight, and man, very bad. Got himself a very good spray to kick off the fight. The rest of the team is going to be joining up here. Nice knock there on the counter side. The rest of the team is on the background, not ready to join up. We need 4 out to have the entire team defend it, but F5R pushing it. It was a solo push and a 2-man push and a solo push. This is not how you breach a compound. Now, Andala taking himself a solo fight. He's able to get himself that 1v1, but now the other player's going to be joining up. He's almost out of bullets. He has to swap weapons. There's only 3 more bullets remaining. Zora coming from the backside, does get the knock, saves his teammate. Andala and Zora remain.
Oh, nade.
But Nawaf left as a solo. Good nade. Just go a little bit too wide. But, man, that breach was not the play, and yet it worked out.
And it's still outside the circle, as the next circle is coming through.
Get the
Maybe
race,
these assassins could be looking for a 3rd party, Max.
Oh man, he didn't get the res. You're not hearing any footsteps. I'm surprised he just allowed very bad to get just flushed. I mean, sure, he got the nades coming in, but at least I think he could have given a fair shot.
Oh.
That nade was in the other room, back room, so he doesn't die. Then it also in the same room, so Nawaf should be safe. While Reckless is just bleeding to his death. Some extra loot potentially that could be going the way of Alush, but third party, MEA Assassins, they could be looking for an engage on this.
F5R have been able to get back up as a trio, so they not only give themselves the best possible chance of winning this fight, but even surviving a third party. Oh, not quite. Not quite with that nade. And F5R either need to fully disengage as the blue zone is starting to close in, or they fully push, and it seems like they're going to get in the vehicles and dip out of the way. They might get shot at by Middle East Assassins coming in around the edge of the circle, but we'll have to wait and see.
Way too close for comfort for them, but as you said already, back up as a 3-man. They're going to count their winnings. That's 3 limbs for almost free. They're just going to be moving out, going towards where exactly Flamingo are playing from. Circle's going to be shifting very soon also, so we'll see where the phase 5 circle will be going. But hey, 46 Loot did regroup Imperium this time right into the compound. They scouted, they got all the information they need. Now they're going to be holding down the fort, making sure that no team in this lobby can contest their spot. So right now, by that little 2 display in their compound, they are looking golden for this point.
66 Esports are on that western side of the circle. They have the roadside, but it can be incredibly difficult to control that roadside. It's pretty flat. You have a couple of shacks, and that can provide a level of hard cover and, of course, support to each other. I like that they've gone much closer as a 3-1 split, although Paya is dipping further away to hold on to the far western edge of the circle, but still 3-1 is the right call for the move as Flamingo gets another elimination for themselves at the hands of F5R. The blue zone's closing in. 46 Loot, by the way, off the back of that previous circle shift, reacted quite quickly, and they have the full squad in that compound that's quite centered.
Yeah, it's such a good position right now. The only main threat would be a team going for that little ridge up northwest, right? And a team scouting that and then going for the force and they push. That could be an issue. Other than that, I don't really see any team that has the numbers in particular to take the fight. Like, looking at all the teams down south, I don't see any 4-man crew that currently stands that are looking to push that location right now. I'm seeing 3-mans, I'm seeing 2-man crews, a 4-man. Tell me if you see any, but currently I don't. And that man advantage is going to be very, very important and in favor on 46 Loot. Circle about to shift though. 46 Loot, not in circle anymore. So sure, they had a good fort to hold down on, but it's not in circle, so it doesn't matter anymore.
True. I still think it wasn't and still is one of the best positions to be in, right? Because when you look at it on these kind of circles, you're massively fine with that south side because you have the high ground position and you're able to suppress the likes of Middle East Assassins. It takes a team with balls and frenzy to push from the west, and you're protected from the east. So 66 Esports go for the push onto Virus, and Soul is involved as well on the other side. Whoa!
Okay, my man got to chill out. There is still going to be another player, D-Sod, ready to join the fight, but he's spotted away, and man, that push out of nowhere. I did not expect it to work out, but 46 Loot, how are you going to approach this? I mean, what happened? That was out of nowhere.
So, 66 Esports and the side of Team Soul went for the same spot. Team Soul were a little bit late as a full squad, but they still came out on top. And 46 Esports just found the perfect time to third party.
Damn.
And Soul got wiped.
Man, I felt like my brain had like lag. I was like, what's happening? Everything's happening at once. That was very confusing. But really, as you said, the timing was down to a T, and 46 Loot, not even under a player knocked. That's absolutely mental. And now they got a high ground position, understanding the value of this position. There's a little bit of a dip location, got a few trees and rocks to play around potentially right up to the west of where they stand. So they could be huge. W17-5 right down below, over to the northwestern edge. Trying to get the res on this fallen teammate. Gonna have to smoke it up, my mate. But over to Shelter Imperium, you got Secret. You got yourself the side of Timeout, and you also have your side of STF. And crossing that road, if the circle doesn't come their way, will be a tough approach of the game because 46 Loot, their spot once again is just too damn good. ASSK with the cars make it over to the ridge line, and W17-5, if that smoke dissipates, I think they're going to be in a world of trouble taking that fight versus versus ASSK.
Middle East Assassins still have 2 players that are left up inside this game on that northwestern edge of the circle. Flamingos go down. We are whittled down to just 9 teams, 25 players. Timeout, their 2 remaining players, by the way, are inside the underground area shelter, so they have little to no information in comparison to the side of Secret Esports. And Secret Esports, I gotta give them credit because it was a 3-person team. They split up into a 2-1, and that kind of makes sense because they have the edge of the road, they have multiple angles, and maybe preparing for a circle shift despite it maybe going heavily away from them. I think it gives them the best option, so credit to Secret Esports as the next circle does shift down the southwest.
I mean, if Kappa actually wants to regroup, because he's behind that road, he'll be super safe. So he can afford to do it, though.
Yeah.
Molly right onto Hunter. He's knocked down. Taking a little bit of damage there, so the res will be pretty hard to bring back. Mzeria. Gonna be able to get the res, though. Smokes. At least they have some utility, so that's gonna be extended their life expectancy by a decent amount, but it dissipates. Oh, man, he's resting in the open. Ah, he pulls it off. Get into the smoke, mate. Okay, he makes it in.
Close.
Ooh, a little bit spooky. And they're also in circle. Barely, but Secret regrouped onto the location of Kapayaxi.
Because Kapayaxi got an initial knock, and the team responded. They wiped out Middle East Assassins, and they created that entry point. So good.
So good. But Hackshot, a little bit of a sleeper in this game. Not really willing to regroup instantly with the rest of Secret Esports, which is a little bit surprising. I would expect him to already be there at this time.
Yeah,
because
I agree.
This is a point in time where you want to fully commit as a squad to one location. Maybe his game plan is that they're going to win the fight up north of the next circle and they're going to have Hackshot on the off angle on the other side of the road. But Hackshot doesn't know that, as you said, that players are in shelter, that STF is further down south. Like, I think Hackshot should regroup with the rest of Secret, and I think that's exactly what he's going to do right now. As 46, the senior team's trying to cross the road, and man, Syrian Tiger forces, this is going to be one rough patch to move through.
46 loot, they have lost a player. Taking shots on down towards the side of Syrian Tiger forces. One there across the road. Can't put a little bit of pressure in. It comes through. Will that connect onto Hasm? It will indeed.
That's a good one. That little dip is not going to work in favor of 46 if a team is able to get this close. And X5 actually going to be looking for the third party, and they have a little bit of a higher ground position. 46 getting absolutely shredded to pieces by those nades, and Strab is doing some big heavy lifting in this one.
Come on.
Syrian Tiger forces just push. Shitos. He has to cancel the res. It's in a 1v3 currently. The entire team is going for the push. He does get one, does get a second with the third party from Taha. Shitos, one nade. Yeah, back to the nade. The good old reliable. The nade is good. I think that's it. I think that might be the end. The nade gets to confirm, but Shitos is still alive. And X5 wrapping around, looking for the Ilim on Nomar. I'm not sure. Shitos going for some random spray there with the silencer. Maybe trying to give some misinformation over to X5. As we see Syrian Tiger forces get eliminated, that's the end. Still getting himself a 7th position in this game. They see the smoke, and are aware a player is there, snaking his way in the shadows.
Timeout, didn't make their way out of shelter. I believe they're survived by one player, if I'm not mistaken. We have 6 teams. That Secret Esports did bring 3 of their players onto the edge of the ridge side, onto the western side of the circle. They're looking good.
That's a good nade. Not sure. Does get a little bit of tick-off damage on leader MVP, but nothing more. Let's see the player virus. Secret did regroup. Hackshot did get involved, which you love to see, because those numbers are going to be so important. Take this fight. SSK.
Perfect. I'm calling it, Max. Kapiaxi, MVP of this game. He's been incredible.
He's been 4 eliminations, definitely nothing short of incredible. He's going back down, needs a little bit more loot, maybe looking for some utility, because we saw it, 46 loot died because of that utility. If there was no utility, that would have been their game to win. A really good push we saw earlier from Syrian Tiger forces. Good third party from X5 squad. Like, we're just seeing good play after good play after good play. And the timing is just so good every single time. But they still haven't spotted the final player of... How have you not... How did the smoke keeps getting reset? Because they must know the smoke doesn't last that long. Like, they must be aware. What's good? How does he get away with that? Oh, now he's got away. Oh, Shroud is lost.
This is still good for Secret Esports. They need this good result as well, Max. They've had 2 poor results in a row, and another
Shitos! Man!
I thought 46 were down.
No, they're not. That's why I was saying Shitos are still alive. He kept resetting the smoke. And I have no idea.
That?
No, they're like, man, that's a really long smoke. This smoke has been up for like 2 minutes. Like, no, a smoke lasts like 30 seconds tops. What's going on? Oh my word. I mean, great stuff from Cheetos, but man, he really played them like a fiddle. Really good from him. Now Samurai's got himself one first aid kit only, just going to try and buy as much time as possible, but he's going to have to crawl in. Secret haven't spotted him out, so he can make it in, but he gets up, the footsteps are going to be heard, Grim gets knocked out, Kapiaxi,
there you go.
head, going for the random spray, the counter play is almost there. But yeah, Kapiaxi going straight back down into hiding. A nade would be big, but I think they used already most of them earlier. Oh no, Hack just got Molly. That looked pretty on point. Yeah, Samurai not spotted away, not hit by the Molly. Man, 46 Sloot are still there. Cheetos still has a chance of getting this win. Ah, okay, well, it's over for ASK, it seems. That's it. Nice push forward from Kapiaxi. Spots another one. Okay, now 100% MVP Imperium. Now I agree. Secret Esport Kapiaxi's taken the MVP prize, that's for sure. It's a 1v1. Him versus Cheetos. The smoke god, as I'm going to call him. I'm going to call him Snoop Dogg. That's going to be great. It's going to be looking for the 1v1 versus Kapiaxi. 40 bullets, confirm that limb. Greatly done. 6 eliminations to his name. He's just waiting for Kapiaxi to come out of hiding.
Can't believe Cheetos has gotten his team into the top 2. It looks so done. It looks so one and done. But man, he stayed alive. You said it yourself. The smokes just did not see him get caught out. It kept him going. And he's taking full advantage of it.
I want a replay of that smoke. I have no idea how the team that was around them were so unaware that that smoke was clearly getting reset. I think it got reset like 2 or 3 times in a row. And the only thing they must have thought was like, that's a long smoke. That's a really long smoke. Is this normal? I don't know, but it seems normal for Cheetos. It's Kapiaxi trying to be a little bit sneaky, trying to go for a different angle.
They gotta know where Cheetos is though, right? Because Cheetos is taking shots and confirmed the eliminations onto his teammates. So Kapiaxi, I think he's trying to find the perfect moment to strike. Plus, he's on the high ground. More of his body is going to be exposed.
Well, he spotted him for a second there, but now he knows it's going to be a lot easier to predict his location. Gets up, and he also try and plays down to the who's going to be able to get the better spray with a Thompson. 50 bullets for the spray. Hits a lot of damage, traded away, back and forth, about to the same amount of HP. Ashito's good for the second spray. Kapiaxi, he's struggling. Over to the Thompson, who's going to go for the jump shot, going to try something out, and he does not take the win. 46 loot will be taken down. Actually, I'm not sure who got the win there at the end. It was down to the elimination.
46 loot.
It's 46 loot that got it, while Cheetos does get himself the chicken dinner on this third match. Man, what a play, and normally that should have been Kapiaxi, but the way he was spraying that tree, man. I was telling you, Imperium, those trees, they're asking for it, and Cheetos did show him big time.
Great callback, by the way. Incredible 1v1 between Cheetos and Yaka. Like it was so close. The one thing that could have been done slightly better by Yaka would have been the tracking of the spray of Cheetos, right? He had time. Cheetos had to kind of pre-fire move. So you kind of track as much as possible how many bullets you fired up. He didn't have to peek around a tree as much as he did. He got the initial couple of shots onto Cheetos, but he didn't have to pre-fire as heavily, right? He just needed to track the amount of bullets. In the second Cheetos either had to reload or swap gun, that's when he should have struck.
Yeah, it's really risky because I understand why Kapiaxi wanted to go for the tree. I 100% get it because he was not in circle. He had to get to a point of interest and he needed to get there fast. The tree was the only option. Sure, I think we can both agree, Imperium, that getting to the tree is an advantage when it comes to information.
It's the most sensible call, right?
I mean, you get that higher ground position on that third person perspective. You're higher, you can spot players in the grass a lot easier, especially if you have high ground and Cheetos has low ground, which was exactly the case here. But then on Cheetos, on the other side, is that he saw him run to the tree. He had no doubt as to where he was. Cheetos wasn't spotted out yet, but he knew exactly where Kapiaxi was, and that makes it a lot easier to just funnel your vision on that one player and take him out, which is exactly what he did. And that's exactly why 46 Loot secured himself the third chicken dinner of the day, keeping up some big game performances here and going to be holding on to that first place. We'll be back after this break to get right ready for our standoff match.
us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, ooh, us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, shh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Hey, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping. Yeah, believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, ooh, us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what
The
it is.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
And we are back with the upper moments, ladies and gentlemen, after a fantastic game number 3, and what an amazing finish at the end. Cheetos has called it the Smoke God, able to secure himself the clutch versus Papayaxi, and able to get himself their second chicken dinner. 46 Blue Imperium, the first team here, the Snapdragon Pro Series by PMCO for the MENA region, to get themselves 2 chicken dinners. Clearly not willing to budge from that first place.
And it was, within reason, like pretty nice, and no disrespect, of course, to all the other teams out there, but it was nice to see the top 2 teams coming into today's games, getting into a better level of performance and a return to fashion in that regard. I highlighted Secret Esports throughout that game where they needed this kind of performance, and I think overall they played better than 46 Loot as a team. But also, 46 Loot, yeah, they got 10 points in the previous game, but it hadn't really been a confident result. And bar the chicken dinner moment, it hasn't actually been that much of a confident performance as a team from 46 Loot. Hopefully this result will give them more confidence coming into the final 2 games, though.
Yeah, but I can tell you this game is still going to give them a lot of points. We're going to be looking at the round rankings to see exactly how many points were taken home by all of these teams on the first page at first. And Secret Esports actually going to be taking the most points out of this one with those 26 points total. 14 elims. I mean, you called it. Papayaxi Imperium should be taking himself that MVP. And there's no doubt in my mind that he will be the one taking it, because his presence on the Battlegrounds was like clearly outstanding this time around.
And X5 picking themselves up 17 points. That's very good for them, right? They dropped down to 7th in the overall standings on 56 points. It's still only like 11 behind W7 in 3rd place. So those 17 points will do them a lot of good in the fight for the top 3 again. It's pretty simple. You get into the top 3, you move on to the PMNC, and I've no doubt that it's going to come down to this final game. ASSK Esports, it was nice to see them kind of up there in the top of the standings, because they had, within reason, dropped down. Still in 5th again, okay, but nothing standoutish so far, so those 13 points, much needed.
I mean, really good for them, actually, because they had, before this game, 59 points to win 5th. Secret are going to have a huge jump up, but the thing is, we're not seeing too many points coming away of 4 out. We're not seeing too many points coming away of W17-5.
Exactly.
That opens up an opportunity for ASSK. So I think ASSK, sure, they haven't caught up to Secret. That was right above them because of those 26 points Secret got. They got an absolute bang of a game here. W7 for out. Should be the next teams in line to ASSK are going to be aiming to take down. So really good on them. We'll see how that's going to be working out. Checking out the overall rankings in just a few short minutes. Syrian Tigers Forces also, sure, not a great game by any stretch of the imagination, Imperium, right? But still 5 points. It's not like we're seeing a 1 or 2 point game or even a 0 point game coming their way. Like, they are still getting some points in, and they're not falling. They're not losing steam, I think is the most important thing to say for Syrian Tiger Forces. So they're still up there. There's still a world where they get a banger finish. Sure, I do have my doubts for like a slot in PMNC for them, but they could get that prize point increase towards that top 5, and I think that this is the team that I'm looking at to be the big upset underdog story of the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Like, when you're talking about straight up comparison between day 1's performances and day 2 performances, it's a completely different ball game. Syrian Tiger Forces are playing more confident, they're playing more consistently overall, and they're playing within the boundaries of and evolving with that. Coming into page 2 of the standings from this previous round, W75, you said they weren't anywhere to be seen. They only picked up 4 points along with the side of 4 out. So like you highlighted, yeah, very good for the likes of ASSK, because they picked up minimum 9 points more than the two teams that you just mentioned.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit scary. And we said it, we expect it today. The overall leaderboards, the top 3 in particular, could be completely different than what we go into, except for 46 loot. I think that it's a fair statement, Imperium, to say that even if they just remain consistent throughout the next 2 games,
okay,
I could say that they remain in first place. Maybe they'll fall off 1 slot or 2, but at least they'll be in top 3. For me, they made it in PMNC already, unless it's like one of the biggest throws. I think they've already shown that they can be a team that have what it requires to make it in PMNC. So I hope that they can hopefully not make it seem like I jinxed it for them, but just a few good results, a few extra points here or there, and I'll be happy.
I think that's a safe bet to make. It really is. It might sound bold to predict with how close overall the teams are, but they're the one team that are being kind of consistently in first place or consistently top 2, top 3. So it certainly comes with a lot of value as we look at the total damage dealt for the first 8 teams. 1900 for 46 loot, 1900 for Secret Esports, even 1000 for X5, and over 1100 for ASSK. The top 4 certainly put in the work damage standpoint wise, at least.
That's an amazing conversion rate for Secret Esports. Like, almost 2k damage into 14 limbs. Like, that is absolutely outstanding. A little bit of a slow burner, I would say, for teams like Virus Esport and Timeout or Egypt. Like, they were there. That's as far as the analysis is going to go on that one. I'm not going to get further than that. But Syrian Tiger Forces also gave himself almost 1.4k damage in this game, almost 1k damage away of W7. So we are consistently, at least in the second day, we are consistently seeing some big hitters consistently come back in this game. Definitely. Like, they are getting involved. They want to apply pressure. They want to be a contender for that top 3 to make it and secure a slot for PMNC. But unfortunately, as you know, we got a lot of heavy hitters here, but we don't have a slot for every single one of them. So, yeah, the competition is tight towards the top, though. Onto the second page, she was going to be unfortunately struggling a little bit. Hey, you know what? No one going out with 0 limbs. Good. Everyone's going to get at least 1 point minimum coming their way. But Middle East Assassin had a good start, but they're not quite able to hit that mark today in Pyramid, seems unfortunate.
Yeah, well, unfortunate indeed. I am forced to think that Flamingo simply hit their high in the first couple of games, and that's it, right? That can happen when we talk about tournaments, long or short format. The early games is technically the time where the weaker teams can capitalize on the newness of the lobby, and that seems to be the case from Flamingo, and it's just the way it is. And I called it. I was right. Kapiaxi, the MVP of the game.
Yep, you caught it, and I agreed, which doesn't happen very often, but when you're right, Imperium, you are right, and there's not much I can do about that one. Almost 1,000 damage to his Lonesome. That means out of the 2k damage they almost reached, half of that was from one player, that was from Kapayaxi. Man, he is really going to have some stiff shoulders tomorrow. My man carrying big time. 7 limbs total coming out of this game for him. Also on his Lonesome, like, he was really setting up his team for success. And he was the one who eliminated Middle East Assassins, right, Imperium? So yeah, he really cleared that northwestern side and made the entire late game possible in the first place. So great macro, great micro, the best of both worlds. But right now, the team that is on top of the world is going to be 46 loot, 108 total points. The first team to not only reach 100 points here for the MENA region, but also the first team to secure 2 chicken dinners. Maybe even getting an extra one in these next 2 games.
To kind of correct you, they're not the first team to get 2 chicken dinners.
You're right.
4 out. They got there first. Yeah. Still, 2 chicken dinners speaks for itself. We asked Grim if Secret Esports were going to get chicken dinners today. I believe he mentioned something along the lines of 3 or 4. Well, that's not going to be the case because there's only 2 games left. But still, gotta highlight the fact that they are where they are with 0 chicken dinners. They're 10 points ahead of third place, which is a pretty solid cushion to go into. I still have my doubts. Why? Because one, chicken dinners is the first tiebreaker, and two, yes, they've had good results, but without a chicken dinner, they've kind of showed they haven't been able to close off games. And with only 2 games remaining and how close the points are, that does put a little bit of doubt in my eyes and Secret being able to close out a top 3.
But Imperium, we're looking at this one once again. The underdog story is still happening. Syrian Tiger Forces have not budged from that 8th place. It's still there with 59 points. 20. They are 20 points away from 4 out. They get 1 chicken dinner. I'm calling it, and it could happen. They got there a few times. They got close a few times. 1 chicken dinner. Top 3 possible. Syrian Tiger Forces, we'll see if they can make it happen. They're onto the second page. Don't have too much time before the game happens. Sandhawk is almost loaded up and ready to go. And Virus did drop off. Team Occupy dropped off. Middle East Assassins, Flamingo, Soul, Let's Rush, 66. They all dropped off. And
I kind of
think for a lot of these teams in Imperium, it is going to be a little bit too late to initiate a comeback.
No disrespect, but I think it is kind of safe to say that the bottom 8, okay, maybe I could be proven wrong in this game, but I'm going to be a little bit bold. The bottom 8 aren't going to make it into the top 3. That's being a bit bold. They still have money to play for, of course. There just hasn't been enough consistency from these teams that shows, at least me, and I would say shows both of us, that they have what it takes to make it into the top 3.
At the end of the day, what we already mentioned a few times, right, is that in this tournament, every extra slot you get extra prize money. We see a lot of tournaments where, like, from 12th to 16th, you get the same amount. Here, every single point, every extra elimination you get will, in fact, matter in Imperium. But also, what's going to be mattering is going to be this final Sandhawk game, the second one for the MENA region here in the Snapdragon Pro Series by PMCO. Who can actually close it off? We saw some bootcamp action happening last time. Are we going to see it again? We'll have to see.
46 loot. Currently the top of the leaderboard. They will want to keep it that way, and for them to do it, they need to stay on the right path, get the consistent result required. Sandhawk is a beast in its own right to control as a map. You have harsh circle shifts, you have the rivers in play, you have the blue zone, the almighty Papa Blue, in the words of Mustache Dave, that can punish, beat down these players if they're too late to the party. In this phase 1, it's hovering on all islands of the map.
I do see, unfortunately, the Syrian Tiger Forces did come into this game as a 3-man again. I don't know what's happening on their side, but it's definitely not making it easy for themselves. But yeah, currently in bootcamp, we're going to be seeing 2 teams facing up, one again the other. Last time it was Reno, if I'm not mistaken, Imperium was able to get the clutch with Yusef, if I'm not mistaken. And they were able to get, what was that, a 1v4 technically, but it was like a 2v4 for real.
Yeah,
and,
it was pretty insane. Pretty insane indeed. Syrian Tiger Forces going to be in a fight against one team while we see this bootcamp battle start to break out.
Yeah, of course, you need to finish off your looting stage, which right now, the res on Rostom, I'm not hopeful there's going to be able to work out. The team is just pushing forward, want to try and just overtake every single building, every single nook and cranny of bootcamp. I don't want to give any breathing space over to Middle East Assassins. They're not sure. Reno trying to make as little sound, as little audio cues as possible. His teammate was knocked there just mere seconds ago, so you know that is not safe territory. Z-Coin, pushing around, going through the northeastern warehouses of bootcamp, while Alush is also there on the other side of the door. The reload's happening. Maybe that was the audio cue. Rostom's going to be flushed away. Down to 3v4 currently.
This is a little bit of a risky engagement from F5R, just to kind of point it out. They're coming into this game in 6th place, so one mistake can go horribly wrong for them in the fight for the top 3.
So
Second comes out for Rhino, nearly a clutch 1v3, but not going to be enough. Aloha is able to kind of somewhat save the day, and Zoro gets a knock on the Modi.
Oh man, he shows his back. So many players met their fate by doing so. Just haven't got the time to get the res, so it's a 1v2. Yusef could try and turn the tides in his favor, or you go for the res. You got to make a choice, Yusef. You cannot take this long. You took too long. They're going to get the res. He's going for 1v3 right now. By the time he gets there, the 1v3 would have already unfolded. Trying to bait it. towards your as possible. He's right around the corner, and he is instantly shut down. And that's it. As a Middle East assassin meet their fate, and F5R remain as a 4-man and get 4 easy elims.
Like I said, a bit of a risk from F5R, but I definitely appreciate the fact that they took it and they've been rewarded with this squad right on board. Time is ticking. Of course, as phase 1 starts to close in, a lot of noise has been made, so there could be cheeky team possibly looking to come in from the South Bootcamp hillside for the time being. It's 46 loot going to be looking to challenge a team for that spot. I'm not quite sure who it is. The shots are raging out. It is indeed Time Out Egypt.
We'll see how Time Out Egypt can deal with this one. We said it. These guys, literally nothing to lose, everything to win in terms of prize money. So just got to throw everything at the wall, see if it sticks. That'll be the better way to end it all. Currently 1 elimination, so not going to be going home with nothing this game at least. But in terms of information, don't have too much against the players of 46 loot. And they did take 1 player of 46 loot out, if I'm not mistaken.
No, it was...
There was a player? Which one?
STF, I believe.
Is it STF?
I bet...
Or X5 are not there.
Or X5, actually. It could have been X5. Because Taha is near... No, but one player of X5, Taha, who's in a vehicle, was around that area. It could have been Taha's teammate.
They're on vacation right now. They're just zooming around the place. But one thing we can say for sure is that they got 1 elimination. Who was it on? Unsure right now, but hopefully they can try and make it count. That's it. I think there was 1 player. Yeah, they're one of their players of. Then it's been spotted out. Got the information there with the QBZ. Could try something on Mohammed potentially.
Oh, do you see him? There you go. You see him.
Yeah, unfortunately the 1 tap's not going to do enough damage per bullet on this one. They're going to have to move away, but yeah, a little bit stuck, and now he's just going to be zooming around the play. You know, he spotted you. Why are you running in the open? Well, he was asking for it, and now they're down to 2.
46 loot need to kind of finish this engagement off pretty quickly, because again, that South Bootcamp hillside is a pretty kind of popular area in this kind of circle. If you have a centralization on the next shift, even if you have a north or a south shift, it will continue to encapsulate that South Bootcamp hillside. Virus Esports probably will have heard those shots from a distance, at least as they play on the high ground to the northwest of Quarry. Teams still making their way into the edge of the circle. Secret Esports, a very strong result, 14 elimination, 2nd place position in the previous game. Again, confidence will be definitely riding a lot higher. They are right now in a 3-1 split on the outskirts of the circle as Flamingo still inside Cow and Toutmark. Plenty of space in front of them on the north side of the circle.
So I do want to hit 3 birds with 1 stone right now, Imperium. I wanted to inform the
3?
viewers at home.
That's very greedy.
Yeah, I want to inform you. I want to inform the viewers at home, and I want to inform the production that I just had the loudest thunder that I just heard outside. So if I disappear at some point during this broadcast, just know it's because of thunderstorm, and I'm scared.
Max, it's okay.
Okay, it's gonna be fine.
You know the Thunder Buddy song?
No, I don't. I don't sing it, please. Don't do it. I know you want to.
No, because it contains a bad word. But I'd recommend you looking it up.
I thought you were gonna sing it so accurately. You were gonna sing it so accurately. It was gonna be copyright striked. It would have been so good. We'll have to see. But yeah, thunder would be a good weather to add in the game, actually. But like, you just wait for the thunderstorm, and then you move while the thunder's doing the sound, and you time it, and then you're not heard.
But cool. Obviously, it won't be the thunder that is the reason it'll be lightning, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the lightning and thunder. Sorry, I'm not. Yeah, you're right.
It's fine. It's fine. What was it? Yeah, because you heard the thunder, and then there's a delay between thunder and lightning because.
Whoa! What?
Did you hear more thunder?
I'm surprised you're not hearing it through my microphone.
No, not hearing it through your microphone. It's not an ice cream truck, Max.
I would prefer an ice cream truck. This is whoa. I felt that, man. The hairs on my arm are like, whoa. This is weird. Okay.
Can we have hashtag pray for Max in chat, please? Just to make sure he's okay.
Damn.
WT5 all the while, though, Max, it's fine. You're safe. They're safe. They have a very solid split with 1 player, Warcock, covering the very southern side of the trifecta compound, and then the rest of the team are spread out quite nicely inside the Northwest Island.
Okay, SGF, they're going to be going for some flashy plays all around the place, but unfortunately not going to be working out. One player flush, one player knocked, and there's only Srab remaining around the beach side. Goes up the few bandages, and going to go for the first aid too, but the odds of that really working out for him, I'm not too sure currently. He has no real chance of surviving this fight, I would say. Unless you go for the swim, you're going to go for a little dip. Hey, maybe it'll work out, but other than that, I'm not very hopeful in terms of his survival odds right now. He's going to go for his last first aid kit, and he's getting pushed. A breach is about to unfold, and nade connects, but he gets the first aid in time. Might be enough to give himself a 1v2, but doesn't seem very likely. Gets a little bit of damage, but Syrian Tiger Forces, not only do they now get eliminated, but I would have to say right now, with that L they just took, the odds of them really catching up to top 3 is pretty much done.
They were already 20 points behind third place in the form of 4 out. So yeah, I kind of want to say their fight, their journey to make it in the top 3 is finished. But I gotta give them credit. Like I said, day 1 to day 2 performance difference certainly there, and they deserve a lot of respect to show that improvement in the first 3 games. Phase 2 showed up, Max. It did shift down south. Still, all areas of the map are highlighted inside the circle, but certainly whittled away from that Northwest Island. So we'll send W17-5's players much closer to that trifecta compound to try and lock down a key part of this phase number 2. You still have a lot of area unoccupied on that Southwest Island, by the way. Only 2 of the remaining 14 teams, 3 you could argue, either way are down on that Southwest Island. So like I said, a lot of availability for Team Once Across.
Yeah, currently I'm looking at Fallout in particular. They have the entire island to pick from. I mean, except for where Soul and X5 currently stand, but I would love to see them play the little compound, the little few buildings that are on the southeast of Ruins. It's a low high ground position. It's a good position to hold on to. Not easy to breach. Any information gain you can get from the bridge, and Painan in particular, is very, very good. It's very valuable in that sense. So I think Fallout, if they can go exactly on where Fahad in particular is playing currently, I think that would be amazing. We'll have to see. F5R, though, currently taking a fight, and I'm loving what 46 Loot are doing in Imperium. They went for Bootcamp Hills right down south of Bootcamp. And it seems if they want to get, if the circle goes down southwest once again towards that island on the southwestern side, they can get so many games for like almost free. It could be an insane game for 46 Loot if they play it down to a T.
They have the best setup. It can be difficult to control as F5R pick up another elimination point for themselves. Now on 5, they're on a bit of a tear for the time being, and it's the right kind of move because they have to move out of boot camp based on that phase 2 circle shift. So pushing onto that compound that's down to the southeast of it is the perfect way to do it, as W17-5 trying to protect their trifecta compound. But Occupy, they made the breach, they've got the elimination point initially, and they've whittled W17-5 down to just 1 player.
F5R, let's see how far they can go potentially on this one. Don't forget, 46 Loot, they're still going to get involved in any single breach and every single push and every single movement you make. So you want to make sure you are 100% aware of your surroundings. I would prefer to see maybe a little bit of a sneaky 2-2 split from 46 Loot. Currently is what, like a 2-1-1? I think they can go a little bit for a thicker split. Can you even refer to a split as like thick? I don't know why I use that word. Like, I mean, I guess you can have like a thin split if you're like doing 1-1-1-1. Then you got thick because they're all together. I don't know.
Are you trying to flirt with a split?
A split. I mean, yeah.
A split. You look a Fahad.
You looking
like real thick
Oh
split.
man, that 2-2 you did earlier. Mighty fine, mighty fine. Yes, it's looking so good. Hey, come on, hey man, come on. A good team split Imperium is ASMR for the eyes. Okay.
That's
agree
true.
with that
That's
one?
true.
Okay, we can agree on that one.
I fully agree. W17-5 have been eliminated, and that really hurts their fight for the top 3. By the way, Max coming into this game in 5th place, and it will put them further away from the top 3.
Yeah, a lot of teams are going to have their dreams shattered here if they want to try and make it in PMNC. A lot of teams are going to have to come to the realization it's do or die. The circle does not go to the southern western island, so teams like Fallout, teams like Soul, and X5 squad will have to leave that entire position. And ASSK was actually pushing on the northern bridge of Camp Charlie, so they were trying to go there. I would just say backtrack. ASSK, you do not need to commit to this. You do not need to try and go for a rotation towards Painan later on in the game. Just go back to there and play on the mountain east of Painan. Of course, you need to scout it.
Yeah.
Right now, we know no one is there. They do not know. If you scout it properly, which is definitely doable, they could be in one of the best positions in this circle. So, man, ASSK has a lot of opportunities. It just depends on where they're going to go and how they're going to achieve it.
46 Loot now need to focus on the edge of the circle on the western side. They've been covering effectively that kind of north to the east to the southeast area around them of that South Boot Camp Hill. But with that shift to the east, they need to shut down the likes of Occupy and X5. Sorry, Let's Rush coming in from behind and even possibly 4 out crossing the bridge on the Painan. That's going to be a little bit harder of a task because it's further away, but they're going to hear these shots from Occupy. They should be looking to get involved.
A lot of ratatata happening here. Team Occupy just spraying everything into the water onto Let's Rush. Let's Rush currently start as split 2 players in the water, 2 players on the cliff side. We know they're going to have to breathe eventually. Faisal, it doesn't have... Oh, he breathes there for a second. Instantly knocked away. Sure, now since one of the most recent updates, you can get knocked in the water and still be able to crawl your way over. But he's going to be ticking hard. And yeah, he knows it's pretty much going to be GG. They want to hold on to it. They want to deal as much hurt to the team. Nice spray from Abode. Get involved. Switching over there with the time for scope.
There
Punished.
you go. 46.
Peeking a little too long. And also 46, as you said, get involved. And they actually sent 2 players to push it. Oh, I'm enjoying this.
Yeah.
This is good. This is a fine split Imperium, I can tell you that much.
F5R may have lost a player, but once again, that disengagement away from Painan is still incredibly valuable. They have a compound on that northern side of the circle. Virus in the compound dead center to circle 4. Make it across the bridge and are close to the compound north of Painan, while the side of Seoul have moved down the South Painan Hill into the city, or, well, what it would arguably be a city if it was a different kind of map.
What?
Okay, just don't question it.
Water.
Don't question it.
Don't get the res onto the water on the boat. It actually worked out. Okay, good stuff from J1. But I would just say don't try and make the trifecta. You see the circle that went over to the east a little bit more. No, water doesn't really matter. Though Painan going to be overtaken by Seoul. ASSK didn't really go as far as I would have liked. I think that the misinformation, the fact that they do not know if a team is up there, really stopped them in their tracks. Like, okay, we're just going to gatekeep X5. We saw what X5 were earlier. That's our game plan. But 46 Loot, man, they are not giving up. They want every single elimination. They're fighting for that spot in PMNC. They're fighting for the $8,000 US. Like, 46 Loot are holding strong.
Definitely. Circle centers up. Painan still in play. The compound held out by 4 out is also absolutely on point. Couldn't have asked for a better shift. Virus, maybe more to the eastern edge, but still an absolutely great compound to hold on to. And now 46 Loot need to get a move on. They cannot be tunnel visioned by Let's Rush. They need to focus down the hill, Boot Camp Hill, and onto the likes of F5R, Occupy, and anyone else in their sights.
Come on, 46. They just want to make sure that no one's up north. If they know as a fact we cleared all of the northern side of Boot Camp Hill, they can rest easy. And then their focus is going to be the center of the circle.
Fair.
Put the pressure down. Clear the northeast also if you can on like F5R or Virus, and you will be chilling.
Exactly. But I would argue they don't need 2 players to do that, Max. Right now they have 2 players there. They only need 1 to watch their backs. Have the 3 players looking to the 180 degrees down south, because that's where you're going to need the numbers. That's where you're going to need the bullets, right? And that's not the case right now.
Oh wait, Secret Esports, they're pushing on the 4 out. They're pushing on the 4 out double split. This is not great. It's so hard to put. They're breaching right in the middle of it. That's like the worst position you could do because you're literally just pinched. And I mean, yeah, I don't even have to like cover that fight. You knew exactly what was about to happen. Reckless though, hey, players from behind. A little bit of a third party happening currently by, who was that actually? That was 46 Loot, I think. Yeah, it was
46 Loot, yep.
I mean, maybe it was a nice dream. Maybe he stole like his dessert at like breakfast this morning. Do you have breakfast dessert? I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know. But
oh man, breakfast dessert is the best.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely did something to deserve that. And I don't know what he did, but he did something.
X5 looked to push into the south side of Painan, but they were late to the party, and Seoul have made them pay in all the right ways. I like what ASSK are doing, where they sent Dimram or Omran up to the North Painan Hill and the other two players are kind of just covering the south side a little bit more effectively because they want to make sure that they don't get stabbed in the back. And Virus are going to have to do a lot of work to shut down Flamingos. And time's ticking as the Blue Zone starts to close in.
I'm still hoping for a little bit of a Flamingo comeback. We haven't been able to see it. We haven't witnessed anything from Flamingo today, unfortunately. It's been a dry spell so far. They're going 14th place, a 15th place, a 10th place in all of these games, and a total of 5 elims throughout the day. Not on par with what we wanted. They started off the tournament, was a chicken dinner, was 11 elims, but after that, man, there was literally nothing.
Despite it being an absolutely terrible push by Secret, I've got to give them credit in terms of making a plan B heal strat, of having 3 players push in and keeping 1 healing in the blue. So yeah, that does give them a bit of credit in my eyes.
Could work out the heal strat. Done and dusted. You'll know that could work out, but that's also going to be an extra elimination and squad wipeout in favor of Virus Esports. They still have the 3-man, so still a chance they can make it work out. And plus, their compound is now in the circle, so it could be looking pretty good. But most of the circle Imperium, this except location where the road is and where Fallout and Virus currently stand, is a slope. So team is going to be flushed down those positions. Very hard to take a fight towards Virus and Fallout. So, man, I'm calling it. Virus and Fallout are going to be able to pick up potentially a lot of elims by just purely applying pressure from their compounds.
The thing that Fallout need to be aware of is their backs. Yeah. Don't worry about what's in front of them. Got watch your backs. It's very possible for either 46 loot, maybe Occupy, or even both teams to try and swing in from behind and get the engagement off. And I would argue that they shouldn't commit the whole squad to... They shouldn't commit to a split. They should commit the whole squad to one side of the compound.
Nice try from Taha. Tried to be a little bit sneaky about it, but unfortunately didn't have the time. I don't think he even had the meds to heal up there. Didn't have time to check, but... One thing I can tell you for sure, that he is out of the lobby for this one, and he'll be coming back for game at number 5 on Erangel. Though here, Team Occupy really willing to go for the push. They have 1 player knocked away in the background. No way Jose is going to get rezzed up, and the circle shifts once again away from Fallout. And that one building of Capeledro is still in play, and he can potentially make it work out. Like, Capello has a big chance of allowing his team to not only rotate into his building, but also just gatekeep a lot of the teams that are trying to get position in the circle.
4 out, they do still continue to have that split, and it's working out as that one player who's on the northern side will get 2 elimination points. Hazam is now the final player up. He gets 1 knock. He can't confirm it. Throws a molly across the other side of the wall. Will separate that player. Pushes him closer. He will find the entry point. Goes for the pre-fire shot. Can he get the knock on board and put more pressure on the 4 out?
Yeah, he can't jump over. He can't have that leap animation. Otherwise, it's pretty much GG. Oh, wow. That jump shot, though. That was a headshot into a body shot. 100% because that was way too quick. And that's it, though. Still a really good game coming up from 46 Luke. No chicken dinner, though. Who will be the ones to get it? ASSK. We knew that position was good, but if the circle shifted away, that downhill shift was going to be almost impossible to pull off. Samurai, though, is going for what I believe is a heal strat in the background. So they are putting all of their eggs in multiple baskets. 2 basket right now. 1 shot's going to be picked up also. So Samurai keeping the hopes alive for ASSK to potentially snatch away a 2nd place at the end.
I believe the side of Secret Esports did go out, if I'm not mistaken. That heal strat not quite working out in the way that they would have wanted. We're down to our final 5 teams, and with 4 out still alive, the pressure is going to be on against Secret Esports. 66 in their own right. Looking for another 6 to make it 666, the number of the beast, to find a chicken dinner in Sanhok.
Yeah, Pain of Soul also still healing, something to keep in mind. So there's still that ticking time factor of who will be able to outlive the others. Will the fight break out before Pain is out of first aids, or will they be able to survive long enough and Pain will just die to the blue and truly live a painful death? We'll see. 66 behind that one. Pain does get eliminated. That's it for Soul. Now it's only 4 teams, and I believe, yeah, ASSK will also lose their player, so the heal strat is gone. If they're aware currently of the fact that there's still 2 other teams fighting them in the circle, they should not be threatened by a heal strat. It's just survival of the fittest. Who's going to be able to win this Mexican standoff? First knock coming on through. That's going to be for Hard. Very bad. Now going for the heal strat of its own. He's got 5 first aids. That is not going to last a long time. But can 66 Esport last longer?
Oh, no way.
Good knock onto Capillo.
Higher?
End up once more. The 66, they make it over to the rock. They still have 2 players up and running about. It's a 2v2 currently standing Imperium, unless they can get the res on Capillo, which seems it's going to happen.
Very bad's going to go down. So indeed,
Two
it's
more.
going to be 4 out. 8th eliminations. Into the top 3. Certainly a positive result coming into the final game of the day. And Virus looking to secure chicken dinner to get the revive off.
He's going to get it. There you go. Peeks on over. Nice try from Venom, but very bad. He wants to peek around the corner. Maybe gets the information. Maybe he knocks down a player.
You know where they are.
But nah, he's just going to get out to the blue. I don't think he can really do much before the very end. And that's it. 4 out eliminated in 3rd. Still gave himself a chicken dinner and a 3rd place today. They're looking great. They're looking amazing, in fact. Still standing in that 3rd position. Hoping to not get kicked out of that PMNC slot. Another good nade, a little bit of damage to Assad. Another one, man. They still have so much utility from just remaining in that compound. And there it goes.
Perfect.
This is going to lock everything. Capillo, though, pushing in the open without information. Decax is there. They have no information. He has to get prone. You got to be careful. 1v2 currently unfolding. Capillo maybe can give the information. He has an idea of where Decax currently stands. The nade goes wide. That was Molly, I believe. Goes for the spray right through, and it doesn't work out. Virus gets himself the final elim and will be securing himself their chicken dinner today.
It was a pretty solid point for the game to be in their favor, with the circles kind of shifting over towards the east in the tail end and holding on to their compound. But that last engagement, because it did shift in the direction of 66 Esports, it wasn't a guarantee. The fact that they knew where the final 2 players of 66 Esports were certainly made it easier, and you saw the utility work out in their favor. But arguably, there was a tiny bit of a mistake made from Virus, because they still had 1 player inside the building. And when 1 knock went in their direction, and you saw that kind of push as what was arguably a solo, that could have gone horribly wrong. He didn't know exactly where Dika was. Luckily, he proned down in time. His teammate who was knocked crawled over to where Dika was, which gave the information over. The final elimination came through. But like I said, it definitely was a little bit trickier for Virus in the very end.
Yeah, it wasn't an easy one, but at least the fact that they held on to their utility because no team was really willing to breach their compound was really good. Like that, a utility in a late game finish where teams only have rocks and trees to defend themselves with.
Definitely.
It's pretty much already GG if you just have enough utility and you know how to use that utility, which in the case of Virus worked out absolute wonders for them. So great to see. I think that a lot of teams had options and opportunities to have a really good finish, but I think this circle made it really tough. Like I'm thinking at the ASK rotation, or playing the hilltop towards the east of Painan, also up to the north for like Let's Rush or 46 Loot. There was a lot of options, but the circle made it very tough for them to actually reward them with a win, so didn't quite go the entire way, but still a really good one and really good place from Virus here, able to get himself their chicken dinner on Sanok, on the last Sanok of the tournament. But ladies and gentlemen, only 1 game remains. It's 1 more wrangle before we crown our top 3 teams, and who will be able to actually make it over to PMNC for the MENA region, we'll know right after this break.
Yep, my name is Saukar, and my nickname in the game is Scream from Secret Esports. We are playing in Middle East. I'm good enough, and my team as well. And we are playing together, have a good communication. I'm nothing without them, and we are helping each other in this tournament. Yes, we were top 2.
They don't want it with me. You got a problem with me? Love, you don't want it with me. Man, you won't ever stop me. Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really trying to solve them with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best step. Better check that with a fresh map. Get lost now with no extract. Like, look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see me eating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ay, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you owe us that. My truth lurks till y'all collapse. Now scoop first where your homies at. Come my team with me right now. My team's on me right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Nah, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Back once again with the upper moments for our last Sandhog game of the Snapdragon Pro Series by PMCO for the MENA region. And Imperium, Virus with those infectious rotations, able to get himself a heavily contested chicken dinner here, and in style with that utility. They needed it if they wanted to be potentially back into the race. I still think it will be a little bit too hard for them to make it happen, but
Yeah.
there's a world where Virus can barely cross that finish line for PMNC in the last game, but it needs to be a banger for them.
You brought the lightning. Sorry, you brought the thunder. They brought the lightning in the last game. I love the fact that I messed it up. Good job, Imperium. Look, whether or not they put themselves in a position to make it in the top 3, not only is it positive for themselves that they've kind of ended the tail end of the finals with a chicken dinner, but of course probably jumped themselves up into the overall standings with more prize money, right? So that's certainly a positive thing for Virus, and it was a good display of results as we look into the point standing of that second last game of the tournament. 23 points. To me, the highlight though, Max, is the 18 points secured by 4 out, right? You look at the overall standings coming into this game. Secret Esports were in second, 4 out in third, 46 loot in first, but they got themselves a half decent result with 7 points. But ASSK, they were also doing pretty good in the overall standings. They got themselves 13 points. I think 4 out at minimum have overtaken Secret Esports coming into the final game.
Yeah, this is actually really huge for ASSK, because if they had a bad match and 4 out got like the 18 points in this game, I think it's clear to assume that ASSK would be out. They would be very clearly out of the race for the top 3 for one of those PMNC slots. The fact that they got himself 13 points, sure, 5 point less than 4 out, going to make it a little bit tougher in that final match, but the hope is still alive.
Puts him much
There's
closer
still
to
world where it
Secret.
can happen. Oh yeah, of course. Like it's still in the air to see like which team they're going to be gunning for, but like at least they're not falling out of the scope. They can not only maybe catch up to Secret, maybe also catch up to 4 out. So ASSK is going to be the team that's not in top 3 that we're going to be clearly keeping an eye out for to see if they can bring a little bit of heat in the final match.
I wonder if F4R5 have kept themselves in the running. 6 points for them secured into that game. I'm excited to see where they stand in the overall standings coming into the final game as we look in the second half of the points secured in this second last game. Secret Esports, like I said, only 2 points secured. That puts them on a total of 91 points, and 4 out have gotten a decent amount. I'm not going to speculate too much, but the point is Secret Esports are under a lot of pressure coming into the final game.
Yeah, Secret Esports, they need to get themselves... I mean, a lot of teams need to get themselves a bang in Pyramid. We'll have to wait and see and look at the overall rankings to see exactly how many points we are currently working with and exactly what the expectations are. And we're going to set those expectations before we head into the game, so you guys like follow us on the right tracks and the right storylines to build up for these teams.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, some teams not able to really bring the heat, and unfortunately, Sierra and Tiger Forces losing their life, losing every single one of their players early in the match. Just shut down the comeback story, the underdog story that was trying to build up. Still a really good start of the day. If I have to give them respect on that, Sierra and Tiger Forces did not go down without a fight, but the race for PMNC is over for them.
I also want to highlight W175. They came into today in 3rd place. They'd be nowhere to be seen. They were coming into this game alone, dropping down to 5th, and with 0 points secured in that in that second last game, they could very heavily be out of the running in that final game.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams before heading into this last match are going to be out of the racing. It's just to see exactly on the rankings how that is going to be panning out for some of these squads. Here we go though, top damage dealers of this game. Very San hockey numbers, a lot of teams getting around that 1,000 damage margin here. Team Soul trying to play it very, very slow with that heal off from, I believe it was Pain. They were trying to go for the heal off there at the end, moving out from Painan. So give it a shot, got himself a top 5 finish. Good for him. The heal strat did work in that sense, so you can't really argue with that one. A lot of eliminations coming the way of 46 Sloop from Pachinki Hill. Not Pachinki Hill, sorry, that's on our angle. Bootcamp Hill, should I say. And overall good impact from some of these squads, but I am so sad to see because 66 Esports had so much hype for these guys, but they struggled at the start of the day, and it's going to be tough as we move on to the second page. And this is where some teams have been very, very invisible. 0 damage, 0 limbs for W7. As you said, they started off in 3rd place in Pyramid, but this is a massive fall off for the guys.
I just don't want to highlight the second page too much because it's one of those things where it speaks for itself, right? F5R, 1,000 damage, 5 eliminations, not bad. Arguably not enough, right? So it puts them in massive danger coming into the final game of the day. It's just not the way the teams who were in a good spot wanted to be coming into the final game of the day.
Yeah, now it's time to check out the MVP of our 4th game of the day on Sanok. I think it's Capillo. I would be my pick, and it's not. It's actually Paya of 66 Esports, almost reaching 1,000 damage on those 4 eliminations in this game. Still, they knowing the position they were playing from, like, they had a tough opponent here to go up against. 2 teams, 4 out, and also the side of Virus, and they were able to actually survive it for as long as they could. Get himself a 2nd place. Like, hey, not an easy one, but they were able to slowly make it work in their favor. So good stuff from their side. But now it's time to look at overalls Imperium to see how many points we are working with for these teams. 46 Loot still in the lead was 113, but man, 4 out and Secret Esport, sure, they're in top 3 right now, but they are not safe by any stretch of the imagination.
I also want to play a little bit of devil's advocate, just a little bit of devil's advocate. 113 points for 46. Let's say they go out with 0 points, right?
Okay.
It's not outside the realms of possibility for ASSK to, let's say, get 20 points. Secret Esports to get 18. And 4 out to get 18, 20 points. It's going to take like the biggest of both balls up and bad luck from 46 for them to not qualify. But again, devil's advocate, I don't want to say it's over in terms of 46 being safe until that's actually the case.
I mean, the reason why I'm saying that it's good for them they qualified is because from what we've seen so far in this tournament, they know what situation they're in. Okay?
Yes.
They know what risks could be coming their way in this game. If they mess it up and they die early, that's on them. What they have to do, aim for just a few points. Even 5 points would be enough to make sure that ASSK is not a threat to you. That is your only focus. Of course, you want to hold on to first place because that's still $8,000 US and $4,000 drop off between first and second. That should be their objective, is to remain up there. But if they lose a play or two up there really early on, just don't aim for the first place. Aim for PMNC. That is where your focus should be. Though moving on to the second page, of course, this is where we know some of the teams, most of the teams, all of the teams actually, Imperium, their dreams have been shattered when it comes to making it into the very first PMNC for the main region after the Snapdragon Pro Series by PMCO. But as we keep bringing back Imperium, there's still that potential increase in prize pool that these teams now should be putting their focus on.
You've got 3 factors in play for the teams in the second half of the standings that we need to consider. Okay. 1, the prize money. Yes, there's certainly more prize money to be earned if you make your way up from, let's say, 14th to 9th. Certainly. You've got pride. Every team wants to try their best up until the very end, and yes, it's gonna batter their ego a little bit that they're not. However, when you play an individual game, you want to play it at your best. However, the third and arguably more important factor that we want to consider is the unknown entity of the fact that they have, within reason, nothing to lose. And a team that has nothing to lose can be one of the most dangerous teams out there. Will we see some aggressive plays from the likes of Seoul, maybe Middle East Assassins, maybe Flamingo? Will we see some alternative rotations where they clash up, let's say ASSK, Secret Esports, maybe 4 out, and inadvertently stops them from making it into the top 3? We've seen it before in many tournaments, Max. We need to consider it for the final game.
My focus, Imperium, here is going to be actually on Yesnai Polyana. I'm looking at Let's Rush, I'm looking at Timeout Egypt. They're both in 15th and 16th respectively.
Yeah.
Timeout Egypt. Just go for it. You are the only team in this lobby that's got nothing to lose. All you can get is like an extra increase by like $100, maybe $200, $300, depending on what you do. We'll have to see how things are going to go.
Definitely.
But man, this last match is going to be insane, and this entire tournament has been insane. And thank you so much to Snapdragon Elite Gaming for allowing this tournament to happen in the first place. These games have been absolutely mental. These lobbies have been absolutely insane. I can't wait to see who's going to be taking the last chicken dinner. And actually, if you want to try and give us your prediction as you think is going to be taking the final chicken dinner here of the Snapdragon Pro Series for the MENA region, join us in a Twitch chat, be a Twitch frog, and tell us which team you are going to be rooting for. Tell us if it's Pog or Dog. We'll have to see. And once again, also thank you to Monster for supporting this event. But
yeah,
Imperium, Game 5, we set the expectations. A few amount of teams at the top still have a possibility to make in top 3, and some teams currently in the top 3 have a small chance to be kicked out of that slot. It's now or never, man. You need to get a good performance to close it off, or otherwise you might be going home with very little to nothing.
Definitely. I gave a devil's advocate scenario, 46 loot potentially not making it. It's a very big devil's advocate and it's a long stretch. So kind of on the other hand, yeah, I understand 46 loot are safe. Therefore, you got 2 positions remaining. And I would argue those 2 positions are between 4 teams. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. No, 5 teams. My apologies. 5 teams. That's very, very difficult to predict. I know that I'm going to be going through the game, and every time a team gets eliminated, if it's within that kind of 2nd to 6th spot, I'm gonna be like wiping them off, going sayonara, konnichiwa, take care of them, bye now, right? You're done in that regard. So it's very minimal points. W17-5, I questioned if they were still gonna be in the running off the back of what has been a relatively poor day. They're on 71 points, 4 out in 2nd. are on 97. That's only 26 points. That's going to require, of course, the biggest of dubs from W7. But with the amount of teams that are in the mix, it's possible. And the fact that there's 2 spots available.
Yeah, of course, we're hoping to see which teams in top will be able to secure themselves a slot in the PMNC. Only 3 will be able to make it that far. Do not forget, so that's going to be our massive storyline for this final game. Final game is now underway, and don't forget that this Snapdragon Pro Series is also brought to you by Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G, the official sponsor of this tournament. Upgraded performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G, the designated smartphone for PUBGM Mobile Esports, Middle East and Africa for all of 2022. And what a year of PUBGM Mobile Esports it has been, Imperium. We had PMPLs, we've got PMWI just around the corner, and we have these teams in the Snapdragon Pro Series that are beginning their ascent in the PUBGM Mobile Esports ecosystem. And some of these guys, some of these names, some of these teams have already made a big impression on some of us at home. And we'll see if they can make it further and further, hopefully in their regional PMPL.
Exactly. Start somewhere. It starts now, and you're going to need to have the most upgraded performance if you're going to make it into the top 3, right, Max? It's going to take a lot. Team Seoul dropping down south. Of course, that playing path is pretty nice for the teams for the most part, shifting diagonally, starting around the middle of the map, though, so it is going to be easy. What I find quite curious, I forget who it is exactly, but the team that drops Pachinki, it's ASSK, am I right? They're not there. Is it ASSK that drops? Oh my god, why do I not remember it?
You know, I don't remember either. Actually,
I think it's ASSK.
You brought us to a stop right there. But if it's ASSK, they're not there right now. That's what I can tell you right now.
Interesting.
As a fact, they are not there. So I'm currently seeing Virus Secret up northwest towards northern George Pole section. I think that we're seeing Virus going a little bit further towards that Zaki spot that you're so fond of, Imperium. You'll love that spot. I know it. They're going to be stretching out a little bit, but I do think we're still going to have that fight of Let's Rush versus Timeout in Yasnaya Poliana.
Yeah.
And talking about that, that's going to be it. First knock coming on through. I think there was a play of, that's the play of Let's Rush knocked away. And as you said it, Timeout Egypt, nothing to lose. Go get those limbs. Just throw everything at the wall and see if it sticks.
Both these teams have nothing to lose as well, so just go for broke. Do or die. It's now or never. Let's end on a high note for either of these teams. It's been a good start for Timeout. Got the first elimination on Let's Rush. They got to Yasnaya initially to begin with, but now they got to make that body advantage account. All the while, Phase 1 did pop up. Max and is quite centralized in this map. Complements the playing path quite nicely. It's a little bit shifting more towards the eastern side, so the teams who are on the west, such as 66, Secret Esports, and Virus, will have to travel a little bit of distance to make it into a circle.
Not sure if I just heard a DBS there, but that gets me real hyped up if that was what I heard. Few shots traded back and forth. Mohamed is going to be, unfortunately, knocked out. Right, Iraq's trying to join up with the rest of his squad, normally just in time. This fight's still a little bit all over the place, I think it's fair to assume. That's
no
shots
way.
Right through that gap with the M16. Nice try from Ragnar. The nade's going to be traded away. Good try. The nade does get a little bit of damage, though, and he's going to be severely hurt by the follow-up bullets. Right around the corner. But you know he did some good damage earlier, but he just can't survive it. Ragnar knocked down to his knees by J1. The rest of their team is just struggling. Erox gets a trade once more, but this is all over the place, Imperium. Who's coming out on top right now? I don't know, but I think Timeout overall. Yeah, they're going to get the raise.
Yeah, Let's Rush. And they've traded as much as they can. But there's only one player left, and with the revive being pulled off and 0 confirmations onto the players of Timeout, that does put a lot of risk on the final player, Let's Rush, to push on in. The question is, how much health in terms of healing, do the players of Timeout have? Because this fight broke out very quickly, so there's been minimum looting that's been going on across the board.
Yeah, right now it's the meds I'm looking at, though, very scary. Erox should be brought back to get the flush onto Semba. That's great, that's amazing. And Let's Rush now back to 4v2, man. This fight is taking ages, it's all over the place. But Timeout Egypt, they got some loot in this building. Potentially, I would even say go upstairs, get some extra loot if you can while during that time. Send a player on the rooftop as like a scout option. But yeah, It's weird, right? We got the fight for first place, which is going to be happening at the end, and now we got the fight for last place. It's an interesting storyline for the game.
It's toxic, but you're not wrong.
I mean, it's true. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Look, like I said, one thing that always comes into the mix is the pride that all these teams have to fight until the very end, and this is what we're seeing between Timeout and Let's Rush. The shackles are off in the final game. Nothing to lose as smoke comes out just to try and block off the vision of Let's Rush, as it will look to try and give the whole of Timeout a bit more space. They're in the center of this phase 1. Looking on over towards W17-5, one of the teams that we are certainly keeping a close eye on as they find themselves in 6th place in the overall standings. Teams, once again, if you just joined us, the teams that we are looking at are 46 Loot, 4 out, Secret Esports, ASSK, Virus, and W7. Only 3 teams will make it into the PMNC.
It's time to go for the push, though. Timeout, Egypt. Another player that hears some footsteps further in the distance. DBS in hand with the Uzi. Good loadout here. Going to go for the spray on the angle. Ragnar getting involved. Wants to go for the jump here with the DBS. Got to be careful. Don't feed yourself over to the enemies. He goes for the jump over and boom! That's a weird boom. Boom goes dynamite. That's what I was trying to say. And Ragnar gets the final knockdown. And Let's Rush are out of the game. And timeout, Egypt. There's a world where they pushed himself out of 16th and take the slot away from Let's Rush.
Well done, Timeout. Good engagement, good push. It's nice to see them maybe realizing their potential, right? And it will give them good perspective coming into future tournaments, especially if it's on the official esports spectrum. Middle East Assassins put up a good fight, but just couldn't do enough across day 2. They will rotate towards a mansion area / Lion King compound inside this final game of the day. A good place to be. It's a similar phase 1 compared to the previous Wrangle game, so it makes sense for them to stay to rotate there. They land in Lipovka. They would have been one of the first teams to land, therefore they should be one of the first teams to rotate and get into a strong position of this phase 1.
Yeah, a lot of strong positions could be taken over right now. I'm liking where X5 squad are currently playing. Just over to the more eastern side of like Roshok, Garden, those positions overall. Garden actually going to be taken over by W7 Team 5, which is also a really good spot. Yeah, so I mean, I don't really expect too much. Of course, there was that fight in Yasnaya Poliano that we potentially expected to break out, especially was an interesting storyline for like the fight away from 16th, which did go in favor of Timeout Egypt. Yeah, otherwise so far things are a little bit at a standstill. Things are slowing down. And yeah. Yeah.
And as you mentioned, W17-5 with their positive rotations. On the other hand, I don't get why Flamingo are sticking to school apartments, right? Because they've now allowed both W7 and X5 to rotate much closer to them. And that's going to predominantly in the next 5 to 7 minutes, I would argue, put Flamingo under a lot more pressure.
Oh, not an easy one. Bridge camp over to the east. In the fight, that's one man. This man can't miss. Mohamed pushing out a little bit further here. Wants to try and get a little bit more terrain on the players of Seoul. And they're just going to backtrack. They want to leave this position as fast as they came. Swinging left and right. Era does not want to give any chance away. And boom. Extra limb confirmed. That's their second so far. And that's already 2 extra limbs. That's going to make it even harder for teams to push them out of first.
And it makes complete sense, right? You know, they don't have to play this kind of aggressive gatekeeping game. But the value is there because of the team, with all due respect to Team Seoul, to the team that are rotating from that military island. Team Seoul have proven to be a team that at times can rotate very well, but they aren't aggressive. They aren't a strong team that are going to win most of their fights. So 46 are looking at this going, okay, well, 2 and 2 equals 4. This is an opportunity for free eliminations. It's kind of what they've gotten.
It's a very easy setup for 46. You take very little risk.
Yeah.
Because if Seoul see you, are they going to be like, oh, let's go for the push. We're going to get bridge camp, but we're going to push anyways. Like, no. Typically, a team is going to be like, we're going to leave them. End of story. We'll have to see. They actually got Grim off Secret. They just took a spray there. We couldn't hear it, but it was definitely there. Gets the knock. Couldn't quite get the flash. I believe he was behind a tree for a second. But what Virus going to do then? They're just circling around like vultures, maybe waiting for an opportunity to get that elim. Secret, they're there. They got to play a little bit further down southeast of the fight. He's going to get involved. Shroud going to be flashed away by Grim. And now the man advantage comes in. Capillo. It's just going to be further in distance, but so far a little bit of a standstill.
This is an important fight for both teams. Virus in 5th on 78 points. Secret in 3rd on 91. At the moment, Secret are in that golden 3rd place spot to qualify for the PMNC MENA region. Whereas for Virus, the fight to get into the top 3, they need to be very, very careful.
Yeah, they can't afford any mistakes, any mishaps, any misplaced movements. Those are going to be definitely hurting them a lot in the long run. This is the final game once again. A lot of teams currently still racing for the top 3 spot. PMNC, the objective for all of these teams, the hope to make it. PUBGM Mobile Esports as a pro player. Grim mentioned it as their goal, and I'm sure is the goal of many other squads and many other individuals coming into this. But now the circle has shifted, centralized around the Potato Hill location. Flamingo in school apartment locations, mainly apartment. This team could be looking good, but we're expecting crashes to happen eventually.
This is a bold risk from W17-5. They're going to be very proactive. They're going to have to be very proactive, right? Similar to Flamingo, holding on to the likes of school and apartments and on this kind of part of the game as early as phase 2 is incredibly risky. I like this from X5. They get aggressive onto Occupy, who suffers a knock. Occupy, of course, not in the running to make it into the top 3, but certainly they can pull out a stinker or a stonker of a result in the final game of this tournament. Other teams that are in the running, the current leaders of the lobby, 46 loot, off the back of bridge camping. Team Soul will make it much deeper into phase number 2 on the south side of Potato Hill, which currently has a number of teams located around that 5. The side of Occupy in a 2-1 split, as well as Middle East Assassins. And you can see Occupy Amida is going to get knocked by F5R. Handala gets knocked, and that is all good in the hood. Another elimination point for FR5. Again, they're a team that look good, but unfortunately have put themselves out of the running for the top 3, Max.
Yeah, and Occupy got himself rolled over. It seems not going too good around this map, it seems. A lot of teams already encountering their fate. And it's not a great fate is all I can really state currently. Malush able to peek over the ridge side. Man, we're having a farm fit. Hey! Are we going to see it? Are we going to see Banal playing the Radio Tower and farm? Hey, I love that circle finish, man. It was great. It was amazing. I want to see it again.
If there was ever a time they were going to pull out that finish, it has to be in the final game.
Good timing from Malush there. Unfortunately, his team's not there to back him up if he got pushed, but luckily enough for him, Middle East Assassins are not pushing him, and he's just holding that front line like an absolute chad. Pushes him out. Does have to get prone, wait for the cavalry to join him, which so far they are here. That nade is looking like a given one onto Youssef. That's a banger. Yeah, there's no way in hell you survive that. Such a good nade from Malush. His teams are just rotating around the place.
Yeah, luckily they seem to be mainly rotating and not looking for third-party opportunity. So that's incredibly valuable. Another team did get involved. I think that was Flamingos. So that's going to be Middle East Assassins put down to solo. But again, Flamingos aren't third-partying against F5R. They're helping them for the time being.
Okay, they can spot that one. They can hopefully confirm that elimination. There you go. That's their 4th elimination so far for F5R. And counting. Maybe looking for a little bit of a knee slapper in this game. 46 Root committing to a 2-2 split currently in the circle. They're looking great. Still have to wait for the next circle, but we're already losing quite a decent amount of players. Like, only in phase 4, we're down to 47 players. A lot of altercation happened, and we saw that last lot of rotation in Imperium. All the teams are, like, rotating in the exact same slot almost, which is very, very surprising. And that had caused, like, the number of players to go down significantly in a matter of, like, 30 seconds tops.
46 loot on the roadside above farm. It's quite difficult and challenging. 2-2 split, I think, is the most valuable split to have. It's phase 3 only, so it's not going to be too close to comfort in terms of teams swinging around. They've side of Syrian Tiger forces are over to the east of them, and then over to the west you have both X5 and 66 Esports, but they're in their own little battle for the time being. Rotations from Virus, very important. 4 out at the moment in the overall standings, are in second place. They have a strong southwesterly position on the edge of the circle, knowing all they have to do is play relatively safe in this game, get a decent amount of points, and they should be good for the PMNC.
Yeah, Virus are trying to actually approach their location, but I think Virus are like, they sniffed something out that was a little bit sus. So we're not interested. We'll just leave it. We'll get around Pachinki. We'll leave you guys take that 2-2 split on the southwest as much as you want. We are not about that life, so we're out.
Must have seen 4 out venting, right?
Yeah, probably. That is a little bit suspicious, I can tell you. You want to avoid that as much as possible. There you go. Circle about to shift once more, and it goes.
Oh, wow.
Farm location. There's a world where it does happen. Currently only solo in that location, but we know what you saw earlier. They lost 2 players. They're only down to Error and Pain. So if they get a really good position and they get breached, they're not going to win it. So you've got to take a position that's good, but not good to the point where team would breach as a 4-man. So just got to be careful how you decide that.
I give a lot of sympathy to these teams because the previous Varango game, again, had similar circles, but when a lot of teams committed to that kind of south coastal line, we had a massive shift up north. This time around, they kind of learned from that previous game's mistake, arguably, and they stuck to a more central position, but we see that circle shift massively down south, so it now puts pressure on the teams up north, and again, I have a lot of sympathy for them.
Sympathy, you're going to try and roll him over. He barely gets it, just on the swivel.
It's not good for Secret. They're down to a solo player.
Oh yeah, Secret. It's a speaky one. Not sure how many eliminations they got. Actually, got 2 eliminations this game. So a minimum of 2 points, which couldn't be a difference maker in the long run. We'll have to see. 1 bullet hits for Cheetos. This man still got to recall that fight that he took. If it's a close gap, you can say that that fight is what allowed them to actually qualify in PMNC for the Arabic region. Shot from Cheetos once again. He is just swiveling all over the place. He's taking fights against everyone. This man cannot be stopped by human means. We need a greater force to stop him because he is not going to slow down anytime soon.
It's exactly what 46 need to do, right? Because this compound holds no guarantees of you winning from this position. You have to create that space. You need to create that control, and it's what 46 Loot are looking to do. Virus are still alive, but they're not looking too hot. Easy to handle as they're down to a solo, and it seems like their journey, their fight for PMNC is about to end. We're down to 14 teams, but we've yet to lose a team that are in that position that could qualify for PMNC. Seems like it's about to change as Occupy continue to mount a bit of pressure on this western edge inside the circle.
This could be one of the best finishes in all PMNCs, not there yet, in all Snapdragon Pro Series combined. With the storylines we've built up with a lot of these top teams, it will be down to potentially just the last few seconds of game that will decide which teams will move on to the next stage and which teams will end it all here. Currently, Circle did shift further down south once again towards that farm location as we saw earlier. On phase 4, about to go into phase 5 in the next few seconds. A lot of good positions already overtaken, but a few teams already down to a solo. I'm looking at Virus only having Capillo alive. Can't really afford to get taken out anytime soon, so you just got a snake to make it. Same for Beto for Secret Esports. He's just got a snake to make it, and yeah, it's for those 2 teams in particular. This is going to be a tough nut to crack. So the good angle is going to be taken by Error, but the knock will not ensue.
It's great for ASSK, right? They're still up as a 3-person team. They're on that eastern side, that compound to the west of farm. Incredibly valuable, gives a lot of information, especially to the south of them. They do have Syrian Tiger forces across the road. Like I said, ASSK in an absolutely valuable position. Will the next circle center up? Will we see another shift in the direction of where we did see that beautiful ASSK performance? It shifts in their direction. It's exactly what they want, Max.
Yeah, this is great for ASK. Your main threat right now would have to be the side of SGF. If you can get rid of them, because I believe they're going to go for a breach or at least a rotation later on, it should be just fine. 66 Esport also going to be sending Paya to scout forward. He was one of our MVPs in one of our previous games, so also a player you want to be very cautious about when you're taking a fight against him. So yeah, ASSK, as long as they're aware of the threats around them and do not throw this position, I am looking at a very good chance that they could get a good game and maybe secure a spot for PMNC in the very last few seconds of the tournament.
Virus final player still alive, and this circle shift away from him is actually not a bad thing, Max, because it puts him against the grain of the teams. It puts him behind the teams, right? And that means that there's far less chance that he's going to be looked at. Now, taking a vehicle is incredibly risky. It makes a decent bit of noise. He's swinging around the northern side. 46 Luke could be looking to take some shots. He's taking a big risk. He has absolutely no idea. He's able to stay alive. He's down on half health, but he's going deep, Max. He's going so deep.
I mean, he knows he got to try and get a good position to control. I would say, get away from the car, make it explode. Didn't even pop the wheels. And that's going to be it for Virus as to get eliminated in 13th and 0 eliminations, Imperium. That is going to hurt them big time because they are out of it now. They were at 78 points. They were potentially in the race to make in top 3, but that 0-pointer is definitely going to ruin their chances. So they are out for the race, opening up more opportunities at the top to secure a spot for PMNC.
Once again, good for ASSK. Also positive for W7 Team 5, who are still up as a full squad. They are the furthest team away from potentially securing a PMNC spot. 46 Blue swinging around, trying to find an entry point into the northern tip of the circle. They do have W7 Team 5 to the east of them, and they need to get hot, angry, and heavy to shut down 46 Loot.
Yeah, 46 Loot get absolutely clapped in that fight, it seems, but seems how far they're going to be actually able to go. F5R Esports, though, and Dala are going to be spotted away. Will be able to get himself the first aid, at least inside, but with very little ways to rotate away from that location, and 4 out are going to be gatekeeping them, so it's not going to be an easy one. Madlol, as we saw earlier, did get flushed away from that game, but Azem is going for the push, and he's just farming them like minions. And they are gone. That's 2 extra eliminations. They're up to 8 already. I think now it's safe to assume, Imperium, that 46 Loot are not budging from that 4th place. There's currently a race for 2nd and 3rd.
Definitely. 2 spots remain as 4 out are eliminated. They did pick themselves up 2 elimination points, but you gotta say, there's a lot of threat. Secret's last player also has gone out. ASSK, who are coming into this game, Max, in 4th place. W7 coming into this game in 6th place. We could have 2 brand new teams in the top 3 to qualify for PMNC.
I say F5R, you don't want to forget about them, Imperium. They got themselves 6 eliminations so far in this game. It's a stretch. It is a really big stretch. But if the stars align and they get an absolute bang of a game, they could also be a contender for the slot. So we'll see.
You're not wrong, mate.
6 is great. But 2 players only, it's going to be a tough one. Like, they need to pull everything they have in their arsenal if they want this game to happen for them.
Based on the circle shift, although it's a centralization where no team outside of 66 Esports are inside the circle, ASSK are still in one of the most confident positions because they have a compound to their backs. They're able to hold that out and use it to stop and manipulate the likes of Syrian Tiger Forces and even 66 Esports from compounding in. Syrian Tiger Forces find an entry point, but not with a lot of bullets in their direction.
Ahmed, he spotted them out, goes for a nice little spray. They don't need any more limbs, Imperium, but they just want to have some fun in this final game. They know they're safe, but they still want to have one hell of a potential last chicken dinner here. That's going to be their objective. The circle now shifting for these teams. The blue zone pushing them against the side. Win phase 6, and they get absolutely obliterated. 66 Esport getting absolutely wrecked, but Paya and Rakon are still up and running about and still trying to keep the hope alive for 66 Esport to go further in this game, to rank up as high as they possibly can. Put the focus on Soul, and Soul going to be losing error, now down to 1.
Unfortunately, Max, F5R went out and wasn't without a good game. 8 elimination points, but it wasn't meant to be. They took too much damage, they suffered too many casualties, and they are out of here, followed by Team Soul. We have 5 teams left in this game, Max.
5 teams left. I'll see who will be the one to secure themselves the final chicken din of the Snapdragon Pro Series for Mina. 46 Loot, still just trying to buy some time. Res up, get all of the loot they can get in their arsenal before going for that push, because you know the circle, there's a very slim chance they'll be coming their way. Haji of W75 taking the zone fight towards ASSK, and ASSK can't afford to die now. They need to win this one. The pressure's big. They're struggling to hold on to that front line. And W175 might be the ones to destroy the hopes and dreams of ASSK. They need to hold down the fort.
They don't know how important this engagement is, but they do know it's important. They're nearest rivals in the challenge for the top 3 of PMNC. Both of them could make it through if they survive, but no doubt about it, this is a bit of an isolated fight for the time being. What's worse though for W17-5 is they're in a bit of a 3-1 split. They don't have the full fight commitment of their players towards ASSK.
So many teams above them, Imperium, are out. The only threat currently to their climb into top 3 would be ASSK. This is their team to beat. If they win this fight, the dream is on. There's a chance that they will be barely able to make it in the final game over to PMNC. And that will be one hell of a storyline. They'll be telling for generations. We'll see. Asaji still hunting that front line. He's the one taking care of SSK. Spots the player for a split second. Sees that one pixel out of place. Go for the spray. Doesn't quite do anything. But they see the circle move. And they need to be focused on the game finish. They need this win. They really need Imperium. So they're going to give up on the fight on ASSK. And start looking for closure. And looking for that win.
I disagree. Haji's done a great job isolated, but the whole team needs to commit.
I thought Haji actually moved away, but no, he stayed there. He remained in that location. He's keeping tabs on ASSK. Got the first knock up to 7 eliminations. With those 7 elims, they already overtook Virus. The next team in line is ASSK, barely above their location. Beneath it. How much work has Haji been able to do? This man is on fire this game. And looking for more. They spawn another play. They're looking at 46 loot. That's their 8th elim. ASSK are eliminated Imperium. They're not going to be able to make it. W7, the dream is alive. They can make it in PMNC, but they need this win to close it off. They need this win to make sure they will be making it to the next stage.
15 points for first, 12 for second, 10 for third, 8 for fourth, but we're down to our final 3 teams. A guaranteed 10 placement points for W17-5. They're up to 8 eliminations, and they're in control.
He's just going to be zoning all over the place. The player still just around there. Syrian. See if they can get spotted out. Syrian Tiger forces Srab. Just playing. Just wants some extra placement points. Just all he wants. But he could play spoilers on this awesome finish. These 2 teams, not really too much to win, not too much to lose. It's all about W17-5. Mzeria. Nice little angle there. You got to keep on the move. Nice spray. Hunter gets knocked away. It's Haji and Mzeria. Still up and going about. As Haji's just going to stay prone and hoping to not get spotted. Close one as they're behind the rocks trying to scout, but the circle's not in their favor. It's closer to Mzeria currently. So he's the player to shut down. Haji gets up for a split second there, gives the info. It's 2v3. Mzeria spots it out too. They know Haji. They know there's 2 players that are normally from the same team. That's what you speculate. Dikax is going to be spotted out by Mzeria. That's a good knock. He's going to get the res, but they're going to lose a lot of time on that rotation. Can he get the first aid? I don't even think he can. The Blue Zone's pushing in. This is taking time bomb Imperium. They need to get pushing soon. As Haji's going to be speaking up. He's punished instantly. Paya gets involved. Stream Y was an MVP early in the day. But Ikax, that first aid, I don't think is going to be working out. The Blues are going to be doing some damage, and they cannot get the win. 66 Esports ruin maybe the dream of W7. We'll have to look later on at the leaderboard. But 66 Esports find closure and get their chicken dinner for today.
Paya, he was so patient. He was so patient against Haji. He knew. He was like, I'm waiting. The second Haji stepped up, boom, went the dynamite. The knock came through and just shut down the dreams of W17-5. What a performance though, Max, from W17-5, right?
Yeah.
I don't think realistically they could have done any more in that game. I believe the engagement onto ASSK could have been a little bit more prioritized in that one isolated moment. But other than that, they also knew they had to cover their surrounding area, right? They couldn't be tunnel visioned, so they were really trying their best to balance every single angle of pressure. Top 2, 12 placement points with a hell of a lot of eliminations. Surely it's enough.
Yeah, I mean, Haji did so much work, and I think that this would have been a completely different ball game if they knew that that team was in fact ASSK. If you know that's ASSK, like, okay, they're in our position, this is the team to fight. They have that unknown. They don't know exactly which team that is, so they were like,
that's
okay,
true.
we're gonna relax a little bit, take it slow and sure. We just want to play for that chicken dinner, and I think that was a very good plan.
Yeah.
So many things to break down, and in particular, we do not know yet which are the 3 teams who made it to the next stage, which teams made it over to the PMNC. We'll be back after this short break before we know which will be the ones going to the next stage.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know they see us walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way
The
now.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
And here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. We are back for the final time here for the Oppo moments and the highlights of our final game of the Snapdragon Pro Series by PMCO for the MENA region. And what a tournament it has been, Imperium. Great moments, great teams, great individual players also. But at the end of the day, the focus was to make it in PMNC for this season.
Yeah.
And only 3 teams have made it so far. 46 Salute, fair to assume they've made it. But the 2 other teams currently is in the air. We have no idea. Once again, my name is Maxman, joined with Imperium to break down what just happened in that last game and what happened in the entirety of this tournament. And he will be making it to PMNC, and a lot of questions that we're going to be answering in the very next few minutes.
What a journey we've had, right? 2 days, they were separated by 5 days, of course, but 10 games in total, and it always comes down to the final game. We've seen this story being told. We've been part of the storytelling for so many years, and the final game is always such a big test of a team's mental ability and mental capabilities and whether they can really get the job done.
Yeah, we're going to be now checking out the match rankings, see exactly how many points were taken home by these guys. 66 Esports, 24 points coming their way. They were in 11th position before this game, so hey, 24 points, that's going to be a significant amount of increase in their overall price pool. I mean, I think they're pushing themselves up at like, what, towards the 70, 80 point margin, which is not too far off from like top 3. Like, they haven't made it a top 3 100%, but that is going to be a really big amount of extra money coming their way. I do speculate. We'll see exactly how many slots they've taken above 11th place. But W7 Team 5 Imperium, those 21 points, that is the big focus of this game.
All I'm going to say is they were coming into this final game in 6th place, arguably the lowest team that could potentially make it into the top 3 on 71 points, and they picked up 21. That puts them on 92 points. 46 Loot, they couldn't quite get the job done in terms of a chicken dinner, but they certainly put on a show in this final game. 12 elimination points, and kind of really showed us that they're not a team to be messed with, and they massively deserve to be where they were throughout the whole tournament.
Yeah, looking really good so far, but we'll have to see. The little bit lower Team Soul definitely given a decent push towards the end of the tournament. Same for F5R. They could have also maybe brought a little bit of an upset at the end there with some extra points, but didn't quite go the entire way. Onto the second page, teams that were not able to get themselves some good points. Secret Esport got himself 3 points. I don't... I think that might barely be enough. We'll have to see looking at the ranking. I'm trying to speculate, and my math is not trustworthy, Imperium, especially. I think that's the most important part, is my math is bad. So I have to wait it out. But those 3 points could be the difference between life or death for some of these teams.
Even 4 out only got themselves 2 points, and they were in no way a guarantee, right, in that regard.
Yeah.
So the door is wide open, and time will indeed tell. I'm along with you. I'm not going to speculate where teams have finished in terms of the top 3. It's unfortunate for ASSK that they got shut down when they did. I could definitely argue in that final game there were... It's a small time frame, but I definitely think there was a time frame where they could have been more aggressive, especially on the edge of the compound that W17 ended up going towards, right, where they could have created a bit more control. Other than that, again, they just tried their best in an area of the map which, to be fair, had given them a lot of success in previous games.
Yeah, checking out the top damage dealers off there. Whoa, okay, 46 Slew. They are not messing around, that's for sure. Get himself almost, I mean, not almost, get himself 2.5k damage in this game. Good conversion rate into those 12 eliminations. While teams like, you know, Syrian Tiger Forces, ASSK Esports taking a very slow approach. And I understand why SK were taking a slow approach, because there was a lot of focus on this game, and they were 6 points shy from third at that point, right behind Secret Esports. So we know as a fact, unfortunately, the ASSK Esports position, they will not go any further. Question is, how many extra placements could they hold on to? Could they hold on to that 4th place? Did they drop down to 5th, potentially even 6th? A lot of questions that need to be answered, but one thing for sure is that ASSK did not make it to the next stage. I have to see they're looking on the second page of the top damage dealers. Time out Egypt. Hey, you know what? Respect, we said it. Give it a shot. Just YOLO this last game, see if it works out. 7 eliminations cleared out all of Yasunai Poliana versus Let's Rush. I gotta say, respectable attempt. Love to see it.
Genuinely their best game of the tournament and timeout. If any of you players are listening, if anybody from the team is listening, please take that as a positive and learn from this final game and realize that you have the potential as a team to win fights, to get strong performances. They may not be these massive chicken dinner winning performances, but compared to the games you played up until that point, there was so much fight shown in you guys. There was so much aggression in a positive way. It was structured aggression that you have that ability inside you. Please learn from that and carry it forward.
Carry it forward, though. Who's going to be the MVP? It's Cheetos that becomes the MVP of our final game. And not gonna lie, with that King of the Smokes play you had early on our second Orangle game of the day, and that great finish there, that amount of pressure you applied, almost 1,000 damage coming his way. Cheetos really deserving of not only just the MVP of this game, I would say potentially the MVP of the day in general, with how much work he's put forward with his team. So can definitely be proud, not only him, but also the rest of the team.
I'd say MVP of the tournament, arguably, right?
Okay.
If not him, at least one of the 46 league players, but specifically we have seen Cheetos show up as MVP on at least 2 occasions in these games. So I kind of want to say Cheetos would be arguably the MVP of the tournament, and again, any of the 46 league players can see the overall standings.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that makes me question that is that when you look at day one, it was more Hazem and Madlol that were really, really good on the first day of play. So I think that might have something to play with it. So no problem with that one. Dope. Now we're going to slowly get ready, Imperium, to look at the overall rankings to see who qualified. We're going to be looking at the bottom page. Some increases. Timeout Egypt not able to push himself out of 16th position, unfortunately. But as we said earlier, a very valiant effort for the boys.
They still pick up themselves $1,100 for 16th place, and it does travel up. Syrian Tiger Forces, they tried hard. They tried hard in this day 2, and they should genuinely be proud with their improvement. And even Soul Esports, just please find some hunger, find some aggression. You mix it up with what you already have, which is some solid rotational positional ability, and you do have a big recipe for future success, because I see the potential in your side.
This is the point where we apologize to Flamingo and Middle East Assassin, because we both picked them at the start of the day of like teams that we could hope to go further, and they both fall on like 47 points. So unfortunate. Well, there we go though, Imperium. It's time for us to go look at the first page to see where the teams currently stand. SSK, we know didn't make it. W7 tied up there, as they do not have a chicken dinner. That means SSK will be securing himself the 4th position, extra increase in prize pool. But it was a nice try from W7 team. But my question stands, Imperium. If they did end up getting that win, would they have been able to actually make it?
Possibly.
In the top 3? We'll have to see.
Like, real quick, 66 Esports, you kind of called it off the back of that last game chicken dinner. They pushed themselves up to 6th in the overall standings.
Yeah.
So fair play to them.
Now it's time, Imperium, to reveal who was in our 3rd place team and who will be the first team to make it over to PMNC. It is Secret Esports. And yes, the question is now answered, Imperium. If W7 Team 5 did get that chicken dinner, they would in fact have qualified just above Secret Esports. Oh man, they would have got just 3 more points. They would have been at 1 point above Secret Esports. From 12 points to that.
Congratulations to Secret Esports, first of all, for making it into PMNC. The big positive for me is that they picked up a lot of eliminations, so it does show that they're not afraid to take fights. I have questions around their ability to close games out, so that's something that they really need to work on. And there's a level of inconsistency around their performance, which ties into their lack of ability in terms of getting to the late stages of the game. But at the end, they held out strong, they held out enough, and they do put themselves into the PMNC.
Yeah, $3,000 also going away of Secret Esport, but in 2nd place it's $4,000 and also a slot for PMNC Arabia, and it's going to be for out. Despite going out early, it doesn't matter. They hold on strong, barely shy of that 100-point margin, but 46 Loot Imperium is the team to highlight. 133 points, 2 chicken dinners, 65 eliminations, and 68 placement point. This team is on top of the world from the in-app qualifiers to the finals, and now going into PMNC. 46 Loot is a team you should be scared of, and you should be looking out for going into the next stage.
It is absolutely fantastic how they performed game after game. They were dangerous, they were hungry, they were controlling, they got themselves 2 chicken dinners, 65 elimination points. That is over 12 more than their nearest rivals. It was just 46 loot all the way.
Exactly, Imperium. There's so many things we want to cover right now, but 46 loot at the end of the day are taking the W, are taking home that $8,000. And I do hear right now, we do have an interview ready with one of the players. We know him, we had him on the show already twice on the first day, and he's going to be Hazim of 46 loot, who's going to be joining us once again and gracing up with his presence. He's all over the place. He's so excited, he has to put the camera back in place, but it's fine. Hazim.
Hello.
Okay, he's got the vibes, he's vibing too. Hello, Hazim, how you doing?
Hello, good, bro. How are you guys?
Doing absolutely fantastic. Well, I just wanted to check the order right there, but Hazem, I want to say congratulations to you for taking that first place finish. How are you and the team feeling after securing that $8,000 and also a slot for PMNC?
Yay!
Okay, end of interview. Thank you for coming. It was great. It was great having you. I don't know what to say. No, do you have a little bit more? Maybe? Just, how do you... Any feelings you have?
Yeah, but okay,
it must be pretty hard, obviously, to process what has happened. But I do want to ask, did you and the team have any real doubts of how you would finish? As in, it looked like you were coming in today pretty confident, but was that how the team were feeling coming into today's games, that it was just all systems go, continue as you went, and you were going to come out on top?
In the first day, you asked me before the game start. You asked me, are you are you gonna win or no? Are you sure of winning or no? But I answer you is let's see. Like
Okay.
I don't know how to say it. Like I don't know what to say, guys.
Oh, good, no worries. It definitely worked out, but I would love to ask you, Hazim, right? Because it seemed like there was maybe a few changes that happened. Can you tell us what differences you went through between day 1 into day 2, knowing that you were in first place? Like, how did that change your perspective going into today's games?
As I said, like we joined it today as it's the first day, as I said last night, if you remember it. But unfortunately, we would have some problems. Too much problems with the team, to be honest. And I swear, guys, we have much more better than this. And it's not like today was not our day. We did not good, but finally we made it. We deserve it.
So, obviously, you've qualified for PMNC. Congratulations to you and the team. What is next, though? What's kind of going through your head of what's the next step for the team?
We're gonna to prepare for PMNC, but I don't know how to say this. But actually, I don't know how to say it. But we have BMBL tomorrow. I don't know what to say.
Yeah. Hey, it's multitasking. I mean, we know you're playing in PMPL, right? So hopefully it's going to go well. But I know it can be a lot of pressure, and hopefully you guys are preparing. But after taking this great tournament, once again, $8,000, a slot to PMNC. A lot of fans have been supporting you for this tournament. That's 46 and also I guess are going to support you in PMPL. What would you like to say to the people that have been supporting you this entire event?
First of all, I want to thank Snapdragon for this awesome PMCO, and I want to thank every organizer in the Discord server, especially Brian, and I want to thank you guys for the awesome. I don't know how to say community
casting.
Commentating.
Yeah. Thank you, and I want to thank everyone in the live stream who support us, and thank us for this awesome PMCO. I don't know what to say.
It's perfect. Hey, you can't make any better than that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think it's the first time a player says thank you to the caster, so we're touched.
right.
We appreciate it very much. It's great. But yeah, I'm hearing right now, you got a lot of notifications right now. You got a lot of people you want to answer to, so I'll let you go, but thank you for joining us on the interview. And once again, congratulations for taking first place.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Amazing.
Man, he's having those notifications. I mean, hey, you win the tournament, you know,
right?
you're chilling. And my man's
Popping off.
popular. He's popular. You can feel it right there. Those noties. I get that amount of notifications in like a year. He got that in like 10 seconds. Okay, so my man feeling absolutely amazing. But Imperium, at the end of the day, 46 loot, looking absolutely amazing on top of the world. Next objective, PMNC. But we're over here and we're about to wrap up the show. So I want to give you an opportunity. If you have any closing statements you would like to make before we wrap things up.
Every tournament is a challenge, and this one was a big challenge for all of these teams. Well done to everyone for getting to this stage, right? We started with 512 teams in this region, and to finish in the top 16, I promise you that is something to be proud on. Raise yourself back up, dust yourself off, and come back stronger.
Exactly. Don't give up. There's going to be more Snapdragon Pro Series in the future. This is a long-term project. Next year is going to be more. The year after that, there's going to be more. Hopefully, we'll see how that's going to be working out, but it would be absolutely amazing. I want to thank everyone on the production side for putting this show together. Thank you, Imperium, for casting with me. Always an absolute banger. Thank you for all the teams, the players, and also thank you to you guys at home for checking out the Snapdragon Pro Series for all the regions that has been happening around the world. It's been absolutely amazing. Now the next objective for these teams to focus on is going to be PMNC, just a few months before that happens, so you better stay tuned for that one. With that said, don't forget, tomorrow is the start of PMPL, so you definitely want to catch up on that if you enjoy some PMPL Arabia action. Check it out right now. It's going to be live tomorrow on Monday, which is going to be Monday tomorrow. With that said, once again, thank you so much, guys, for joining the show. It's been an absolute pleasure as always. We'll catch you next time for some more Snapdragon Pro Series.
Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
I gotta get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.